Hey, it's me, Puppet DM, and I'm here to tell you all about the sponsors we have here at the Wandering Society. We're sponsored here by Mage Hand Press, makers of a bunch of 5th edition supplements, like the Book of Kobold or their series of new classes. And don't forget, Arcmada, the amazing sci-fi fantasy campaign setting for the world's greatest role-playing game. Be sure to check them out at store.mageandpress.com. Up next, we have Roll20. It's the platform we use here at the Wandering Society to play all of our games. It's easy to use, intuitive, and it now comes with dark. Be sure to check them out at roll20.net. We're also sponsored by Art Talsorian Games. Art Talsorian Games make great RPGs, and they've been doing so since the early 90s. Check their books. They've got Cyberpunk Red, which Simon tells me has been played here extensively, Castle Falkenstein, which also has been played here, and The Witcher, which has also been. Okay, we get it! Check them out at your FLGS or online at rtalsoriangames.com. Have you ever wanted to wake up and smell the coffee? Well, now you can with this next sponsor, Found Familiar. Get yourself some damn good coffee at foundfamiliar.com and use the code on the screen to get 15% off. What do you mean I can't drink coffee? What the fuck is felt? And we couldn't end this segment without talking about our good friends at Die Hard Dice. That's right. As a Dice affiliate, we are proud to partner with Die Hard Dice to bring you only the best in shiny click-clacks. Click-clacks? What is... Ow. You can check their ever-growing collection over at dieharddice.com and use the link below to get 15% off. You're putting this all on me? I better get a cut. Good evening. Farewell. Tonight is our finale of a game that has been in the works since 2020. Kinda. I didn't know it at the time, but what would have become this chronicle started a long while ago. And this game that was to become a prequel of sort to the game I was working on at the time ended up being something completely different. And I have my players to thank for that. So, thank you very much, players. We have had amazing moments. We've had high-octane moments sometimes. We've had a lot of suspense. We've had a lot of masquerade breaches. We've had a lot of chaos, and I hope we've had a lot of fun. Tonight's our farewell game. After tonight, the face of Montreal will forever be different. Whoever stays on the island, if any stays on the island, will see a Montreal that is completely different from what it used to be under the Sabbat. Probably something unique that has yet to be seen in the world of kindreds. I'm I'm Simon at Wandering DM. And let's finish this story, shall we? Hello, everyone. It's me. It's us. I've already introduced myself. I forgot I use he, him pronouns, and these are the famous kindred whose story has shaped Montreal. I'll let them introduce themselves for the last time. Question mark. I'm throwing the mic up. Whoever wants to pick it up.
Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internets. If you want to find me over at what was formerly the Bird App or Blue Sky. Playing with this wonderful group of individuals. Arthur Porter, both of us use he, him pronouns, and I cannot deny that I am a musical theater kid, and One Last Time from Hamilton is playing in my head right now.
I mean, one last time. Hi, everybody. I'm your friendly neighborhood Prax at Dear Gentleman on Twitter. Your friendly neighborhood Prax, here to play your friendly neighborhood Ravnos. Florica Winters. We both use she, her pronouns, and while Pope may have Hamilton in his head, I instead, as the very eclectic musical personage that I am, have Epic the Musical in mind. And if you've been paying attention and listening along with Epic the Musical, you'll know exactly which one.
I hope it doesn't involve babies and walls.
No. That might be better.
Oh dear.
And lastly,
I didn't know whether or not Prax was done. I did not want to cut her off. Hi, everybody. I am Trooper SJP. Happy to be here for our very last episode ever of Montreal by Night. And tonight, and for the last night, I will be pulling on the flesh shoes of Dixon and just like getting into that skin for one last time.
Hey,
What?
I'm the Zim here.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you just hollow out the flesh, you can just give it to me and I'll just like put it on as a present.
I wasn't planning on turning anyone into footwear tonight, but it's a possibility.
I thought it might be. That's me.
so last we left off, shit hit the proverbial fan. Lori is back from her trip to France, to Paris, with news that Villon is on his way aboard a ship. Meanwhile, Artie was packing his bags, ready to leave, not before picking up at least Alex, and eventually waking a fiery Simone from her torpor. There was a bit of a headbutting in the bathroom, a bit of a breaking a tub, bit of a storming off, and then a bit of planning as to how they're going to leave the city. Lori seems to have a plan to deal with the French prince, while Dixon squirreled away deep under the city with his gaggle of women vampires. Dixon and his harem wind back out a little.
I kind of
Dixon
think more of
tried
myself
to
like the
access
pool boy
his-
to them. Do you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like they're kind of like, yeah, I'm more like their pool boy.
Do you wear last season Pradas too?
No. All of a
Sure.
sudden, I'm picturing our two very dynamically different kindreds that Dixon has untorped, as two very drunken, chain-smoking British women.
And as
One's
it's
named
tru-
Patsy.
and as we know it's Trooper, we know who one of them is played by.
I mean, they're absolutely fabulous, both of them. But I'll just.
That said, Dixon attempted to look back into his memoriam, rouse his blood, so to speak, to unlock memories of his sire. But was it really his memories? Things were off in that little Halifax cabin. Eddie spoke cryptic words of eternal fealty, something like that. It's still on Dixon's mind, I believe, to go in and kill the trio of vampires that are at the top of the pyramid.
Oh, kill everybody. I mean, not bad people. Not good people, just bad people.
We'll
Obviously.
leave the conversation about what Dixon considers good and bad, as it is very relative and subjective.
Is it? Seems pretty obvious.
That
We have a lot
said-
of tenants.
That said, Stephanie, now woken from torpor, suggested, perhaps, that she could bolster Dixon's army, provided that she gets 10 pine down into the ruins of what was the Temple of Eternal Whispers before.
And Dixon says, well, I've got to go see about our other allies. I imagine if you're a dragon, you have the ability to convince people to come with you. How about if we split? You get some people, I'll Kine, and I'll see if I can get some kindred, and then we'll meet up and head over.
She looks kind of taken aback for a moment. I'll let this one slide, Dixon, but people do not tell me what to do. I will
Well,
pay you back by rising an army if you wish. But I'm not going to go grab Klein.
Are you not able to do so?
I have other things to attend to. And they're kind. Don't you have people that can just kidnap them, whisk them away?
I don't have people. What things do you have to do before we go and meet up with Caleb and Val?
Meeting with Caleb is my topmost priority.
But he's not alone. He's with Val. That's why we need to have the reinforcements first.
You make a solid point, but can you give me charisma leadership?
Sure.
We don't use that often.
Let's see. I feel like I should be able to. I should do something to boost it. I'm going to rouse the blood. Is what I'll do on this one. To get the extra 2. Charisma leadership with a bonus of +2. Three successes.
You can see she has both her hands curled into fists by her side. She seems to be tense to an extreme, and it feels like there's almost a fight going on in her psyche about going to see Caleb first, or actually taking a moment.
We want to do this right? Because if we go in without a good strategy, without a good plan, without backup, he could get hurt. Especially if she's there.
How long?
How long do you need?
This repays my debt and more. You have an hour.
Oh, you move fast. Good. I want you to know, the way I see it, all 3 of us and Hetty, we're in this together. We do this right. We're going to have, all of us, a Montreal that we can live in.
Can you give me manip and insight? It's going to be a difficulty. I know you don't have a whole lot, which is why I'm
0 in insight.
laughing.
Yeah. Because here's the thing: he can inspire his hockey players as a coach. He just doesn't deal with a lot of liars. He's pretty just upfront, 0 successes on that dice pool of 2. Just take
You
people
can
as
see in
they
her face that she's still like she's going to, you know, you brought her out of torpor. She owes you at least this. But she's paying you back with interest right now.
That's what she thinks.
And she's going to leave, remold her face as she moves away. And up the tunnel and out into the street.
He's going to walk out with her, and he's just going to turn back to Jesse and say, we'll be back soon.
Yeah, I'll just... She glances at Hedia, but I'll try to make sense of the rest of this.
Okay. And he's going to sort of head out of that sort of like nasty tunnel that he's sort of re-dug back out.
She's gonna shout as you leave, if you're destroyed, can I have your haven?
Oh, yeah. I need to be able to channel the blood to become more resilient, and I'm hoping my friends in the gangrel can help.
Oh, alright. Let me know how that goes.
Okay. And he's gonna go off to head towards the Olympic Stadium, because he does not know about what happened there. He's gonna see if he can find Simone and Yuma. And he just kind of like, gives Stephanie a very collegial nod, very sincerely too. Like he sincerely means it, because he has a good vibe. You know,
And
maybe
as
he
you
shouldn't, but he does.
we see Dixon make his way east towards the Olympic Stadium. Camera is going to move back a little Italy as we see Flory exit Arthur's place.
She's got she's put the headpiece back in for the first time in a while. Well, basically since they were in the underworld. She's wearing a couple nice pieces of jewelry, but not really fancy. Something, a very simple choker, a couple pieces of like older obvious jewelry, but nothing on her hands. She's got a black duffel on one shoulder. She's left her hair down. She's got like a nice black on black outfit, like a kind of like nice black knit top and nice skinny black jeans that are tucked into nicer boots. Not overly nice, kind of that level of work to dinner, but not a fancy dinner kind of look. Gloves and a black peacoat that if somebody actually knew what they were looking at would realize is a wool cashmere blend, but it's old. It's vintage, high end, and she kind of puts the two duffel bags that she's got on her shoulders into the back of the trunk of the rented sedan that she's got, and she pulls out the third cell phone to double check and see if there's been any response since 2 days ago.
No signal in the middle of the ocean. Or at least, hopefully that's why he hasn't answered.
Yeah. She doesn't trust it. So she's going to the Hunter's Green, and because it's the easiest place to get into the middle of the city with a nice perch. that she can get in and out without anybody questioning anything. And she's going to set herself up. And she's going to check in her other phone as she's driving to see if Caleb has any response to her. Hey, by the way, Vion's here to eat everybody. Comment that she had sent. You know, she felt she owed him that much.
There's a...
Or Vion's on his way
one-word-
to eat everybody.
There's a
Comment.
one-word reply.
Yeah.
Concern.
She looks at that one-word reply and goes, I would think, given the amount, she would just send a video of the emoji from the Godzilla movie with Mothra of him, the guy of oh God, what's his name? The actor who I'm totally blanking on, who was just him
Let
saying,
them
"Let them
fight."
fight," just let them fight, and she just sends that. And she goes to the hunter's green to set herself up into from the hunter's green up into the actual top of that building as a perch.
Has
Cannot not be.
Has Artie warned the people at the hunter's green that you're carrying
yeah,
weapons
no.
into the place?
There's a certain like understanding that has been given to management that there are two individuals that are allowed to be and allowed to have strange guests. And do strange things. Just they're supposed to report to me after they do the strange thing. But also, like, already there's a lot of money is being funneled to pay off the staff, and also there's already a notice that the place is going to be closing for a while, if not going to be sold to new management.
Then we're going to see Lori basically on the balcony outside the hunter's green. The place that has the little not telescopes, but like binoculars that you can see like the city and all that. As she's fixing her weapon back up, putting the pieces together, and switch back to Little Italy. To Artie and Alex.
All right, I've got things that I need to do before midnight hits. If things go sideways here before I get back, take the Land Rover. It's fully gassed and should be able to handle most things, even the auxiliary lane. It also has a number of supplies that might be necessary should you find yourself in trouble. But first I need to do a quick costume change, check in at a somehow still extant telephone booth, and then go into a sewer.
Why do you want to go in a sewer? Hide underground?
I made a deal with some local Nosferatu that, due to current circumstances, I need to change the deal.
Okay. I will stay put, I guess.
There are plenty of different weapons, both mundane and arcane, throughout this house. You should be fine. All else fails, there is an escape that you can easily make from the basement out into the backyard, and I made certain that one section of that incredibly well-made fence, after falling out with Dixon, there is 2 panels northwest corner that you can easily slip through.
Okay, but that's not taking the Land Rover.
No, that's the oh shit, they're all here, I have to run.
Okay. Last question before you leave. Where are the keys to the Land Rover?
Just tosses them.
Cool. Well, I mean, yeah, I hope I don't have to use them.
No, getting to New York and getting to a nice safe house as opposed to just randomly running around like a chicken with your head cut off is good. Essentially, this is my insurance policy because I have everything, sorted.
Okay. When should I expect you back? To know if I should flee or not?
If I am not here by 11:30, something has gone terribly wrong. We are leaving at midnight. This is not my first time planning a job. Hopefully, it'll be the last.
Okay. All right. Good luck, I guess.
Yeah, it's not so much luck. It's more along the lines of doing a thing I hate, jogging.
He'll just wave you away and stand awkwardly in the middle of your living room.
Yeah, no. Artie goes changes into that lovely industrial nondescript pair of navy overalls, like that jumpsuit, hard hat, a toolbox, gets into the white panel van and drives off to the Dixon Dead Drop first. Because I owe Dixon at least the last word. So figuring that he has checked things, I'm going to check one last time. So, if he wants to give me the written version of the finger, he can at least get that in.
Well, then you do reach the dead drop with no problem. In fact, the streets tonight are practically empty. Save for a few houseless people wandering about, trying to shield themselves from the cold. Some lonely folks going to a bar tonight. What few bars are still open, they're probably dives. Because remember, we are December 25th.
Oh, yeah. Again,
Everyone is in their home.
yeah, but there are always those places for those people that don't have a better place to be.
You make your way to the dead drop. And I believe there is something inside.
Go ahead and check.
There is a note. You left a note, I think, 36 hours earlier. He got it last night and then left the reply.
Well, might as well read it now because I'm probably going to burn everything. So.
Intercity. It just. It's sort of written on the back of the note that you had left. That note has been sort of carefully crossed out so no one could read what you had written. And then on the back side, he's written back. Thank you for the information and the cash. I'll add the Paris prints to my list. Last night, Val was at Caleb's office. What were they doing? I don't know. I'm hoping she's still at Caleb's tonight, because I'm going to take Val out. Val and the Ivory Tower. And all others who had ruined the city. The cash will help. I'm going to free Montreal, bring it back to the open city it once was, to return it to its promise, or I'll die trying. With power comes responsibility. Otherwise, it is all a waste of unlife, at least for me. Give my regards to Flory. Tell her that I hope her and her people get the recognition they deserve. For you, I hope you find your Carthage somewhere. I wish you both the best. Lucky.
Of course, the Bruja would mention Carthage and not Constantinople. Yeah, no, I'm petty enough. I'm going to do that. And besides, he already mentioned the comic book character. What's a little defacement? As I draw a little, take out a Sharpie from the toolbox and draw a little Spider-Man head on the inside of the phone booth as I then head back out into the night. And I will definitely tear up that letter. Now we're going for sewer access and trying to find our two favorite Nos.
Logistical question. Where was the dead drop again, Dixon?
That one was in Little Italy, but on the edges of it. Like he's
Okay.
got a couple of different ones.
Yeah, it's because I remember the cross. There was the one near the port. I remember the trash can, the phone, but then I blanked out on where the phone was.
Yeah.
Artie being still within the boundaries of your...
He knows that Artie doesn't like to jog, so that dead drop was in his territory, so that he
Close.
didn't have to go that far.
You remember that Dixon was attacked by a white in the middle of the street here.
Oh, yeah, no, I have marked this locale as not safe.
But it is definitely an access to wherever they came from.
I know. I'm going to find sewer access. Again, I have the white panel van. I will set things up with, oh, look, they're doing some work. As long as you've got plastic signs and you look like you belong there, unless there is a cop with absolutely nothing to do, no one will fuck with you.
Oh, you can just put orange cones on the ground and everyone will assume that it is perfectly normal and give it a wide berth.
Yep. So just some set dressing and then the actual work.
Yeah. So I have a question for you three players. We have a lot to cover tonight. We're going to go over that's whatever, I know. But I would like to know, this being the finale, we can switch to any one of you three, or stay with Arthur. Is there any order that you want to have your scenes? Do some of you want to like have something that they would like to absolutely do?
Aside from this one scene with the Nos,
yeah,
I'm just reacting.
Okay.
So once I find Enzo and our favorite opera singsters, I'm just reacting to whatever happens, explosions and all.
All right. Okay, I'm just gonna send one message.
Because all the action sequences, the Jason Bourne stuff, that's these two.
All right.
Says the dragon over there with flesh crafting.
Honestly, with V5, flesh crafting ain't half as much as it used to be.
So you can only make like short boots, not full tall boots?
I cannot make the thigh highs anymore, and I can't do the 1-inch dragon punch where it's just like, did I get 5 successes? I just, staked you with your own ribs.
Let's stick with Artie for a second then, and have him go into the sewers. You climb the ladder down. It would smell like shit if you weren't able to breathe, or if you wanted to breathe and smell.
That's perks of being dead.
Mm-hmm. You recall the general location of Lucci's
dwelling.
Yeah, dwelling. Yeah, haven. I was gonna hidey hole.
It's a dwelling.
Den?
It's not quite home, but it's not quite not home.
It takes you a bit, like a good half hour to reach it.
Yeah.
From time to time, you spy in the corner of your eye one of these hairless, malformed rats. The milky white eyes just scurrying away.
I'm not interested. Besides, you should all know the big fight's happening soon. And I don't plan on being ringside. I'm just delivering some keys.
Finally, reach the den. You hear the music coming out. An old French song. Quand les hommes vivront d'amour.
Nice.
It skips from time to time, though. Like the disc is damaged.
Yeah.
Similarly, when you happen upon the hole that is just the entrance, two Nosferatus are also damaged. Enzo is missing an arm, and his thigh bone pierces out of his thigh. His foot seems to have been crushed. Luciana has her parts of her skin still burnt. On her white tank top that she wears under her vest, there's a hole right where the heart would be. Like steak shaped. They look miserable. When you approach, they sort of recoil, both of them. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm here to help. What the fuck happened?
Archons happen.
Which Archons?
You've been... word on the street is you've been away for a time.
I had an accidental trip to the underworld. I got better.
Remember the two feds coming to ask questions?
Yeah, I hear they're dead.
Yeah. You have us to thank for that.
Well,
I'd say you have them to thank for that. I'm not gonna let anyone do this to me. And boy over there, and she motions to Enzo with her chin. As she does so, you hear a crack, and you can clearly see a vertebrae sort of poke out from her neck. She's like, ah. Enzo goes, no one hurts Lucia.
no. Unfortunately, I'm not here to bear the best of news. There is something equivalent to a anime kaiju fight going to happen in the city. As there are two problems too many for me to stay and trying to help. If it was just my sire, I might, but there's something in the shape of a prince that has not been slumbering for some time that has decided that the new world is better than the old for some fucking reason. And news to me that there is some ancient dragon underneath the island that the Sabbat have been, paying coins into to keep slumbering. And since nobody's around, they're waking up.
Enzo goes,
Oh, the Tum Tum.
Thumb.
It goes like that in my head sometimes. When I press my ear on the walls.
You
Like
hear
God.
the heartbeat
Wow.
of the fucker.
I'm unable to keep the voice up.
Yes.
Don't worry about it.
Well, I don't know. And it goes Tum Tum.
Oh, that makes sense that you would actually be able to pick it up. If anyone was going to hear it that wasn't a Malkavian, it'd be you.
Hmm. More problem. Oh, tell him, Lucci.
He seems to have a lot of issues talking.
Yeah, he's got problems. They both do.
Yes. Lucci's going to take a while to answer, trying to sort of set her head back straight and try to
Here.
push.
Let me help. Just let me help. I am mostly good right now. And if I have to, I'll do some sinning later. But right now, let's try and get you to at least not necessarily healed, but functional. As I am going to actually use vicissitude to at least patch them up. Not that the damage is technically healed.
Yeah.
But that the skeletal structure and musculature can do the things that it's supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to use flesh crafting, please.
That is a rouse check.
Yep.
From
And then
you.
resolve protean.
Yep.
And I will use it twice because I'm going to work both of them.
Mhm. In the case of Luciana, so I think it's one change per success, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so in the case of Luciana, you would need 3, and Enzo, you would need 4. If you want to patch up everything.
Well, we're going to see just how good of a job I can do.
See, those are 2 failed rouse checks.
Yeah, I'll do some setting later.
Oh.
But right now, let's get some specialized rolls, because why can't this sheet just do the rolls for powers? Don't know.
It kind of can now. But you have to click you have to know where to click the button.
I don't know where to click the button, and it's the last night, so it's not like I'm going to learn.
Exactly.
So all right, I've got willpower to spend. Let's re-roll 3 of those dice. Okay, I got 3 on Luch.
3 success. So the only thing that she still has are the burn marks. You can't move her skin enough to patch it.
No.
And
then,
but her neck is now straight. Her arms are repaired, and she's no longer sort of twisted and bent. While you're patching, crafting Enzo up. Yeah.
4.
Oh, He's fine. Well, he's fine. He looks fine. Yeah, the Archons were quite imaginative in their ways of interrogating us. There's no end to their... Well, I guess there is now. They're gone. But I'm afraid they might have left a ticking bomb.
Well, there seems to be a lot of that going around. Now I'm going to give you a choice. Do you want to stay in Montreal or do you want to get the fuck out of this place?
She looks at Enzo. She looks at her den. I'll ask the same thing I asked Trooper earlier. Can you give me charisma leadership?
Sure. Not the
Regular difficulty.
biggest pool that Artie's got. He's more persuasive than a leader. One.
She says, "Get Enzo out of here. This is our home. I'd rather nothing happens to him. I'll stay in that way. If the Inquisition doesn't wreck everyone, then I'll send a message out."
Well, how about let's move you to someplace that's a bit more secure? I'm not necessarily sticking around. That means there's a very nice property that you are now the owner of, as I toss her the keys.
Surface.
Yeah, basement with nearby sewer access. If you need to go downstairs, you can. If you need to just hang out in a place that has a lot of rooms with no windows, it looks nice, and is in a territory that no longer has, like, anyone preying on the locals. Yeah, surface. Also, there's, as of course I would, there's a good amount of money in a safe, and I do still have ties with both a butcher and some medical services that may have some bagged blood if you can digest it.
Can't do bag blood, but yeah. Surface would be nice, I think.
Well, let's get the two of you out. We still have time before we decide on who's going with me in the car. I'm leaving at midnight tonight because things have gotten very violent very quickly.
But why do I have to leave?
Because she cares about you and doesn't want to see you hurt.
She does.
And he looks at Luciana. And she just stares daggers at you. Just goes, "Whatever. Follow him. You can come back when it's safe." And knowing that you have now checked his ambition and desire on his character sheet that he's had for the past like 60 years, Enzo will happily follow you along.
Where are we going, by the way?
We're going up top. You're going to get into the panel van, change clothes, look like another worker. Then we're going to my pad and laying low until midnight when we're going to peel out of this place like a bat out of hell. Now, if Lucci decides to come with us, fabulous. But based on what she has told me, and based on that look in her eye, may just be yourself, Alex, and myself getting off the island.
Okay. I miss going out of the island.
Yeah, well, we're going to see how things are in New York for a couple of days. Call it a nice mini vacation.
Okay.
So tell me, Enzo, are you able to get by on animals, or do you need something a bit more prime beef?
Enzo eats everything. World is a buffet. And I'm its
Okay.
oyster.
Close. We're getting there. This definitely feels like, yeah, once we get into upstate New York, I'm going to swing by a pig farm. We're going to make some purchases.
Okay. I can't eat meat.
Yeah, but you can drain a pig.
Yeah, fuck the police.
Yeah, we got work to do.
And
Before
as
I
he,
leave,
yep.
like as I let like Enzo, I'm going to leave the toolbox with Lucci. There's 10 grand in there. There's a 9mm Glock in there. 2 spare clips.
What's the gun for?
Mortals. Gives you range and enough to get the fuck away.
Yeah. Alright, I don't know what guns the Inquisition would bring.
Crossbows, not usually guns, unless it's shotguns where it puts big enough hole that it doesn't really matter.
I don't know if your place is compromised or not.
No, right now it's still secure, and it's the only place I know of on the island, aside from Valois, as he rests in dust, that has any sort of arcane security as well.
I didn't
Though,
want to
are you
tell
familiar with King?
the snake guy.
Yeah. He says all are welcome within his church, considering the hell that is going to rain down on this man. It may be worth taking him up on the offer.
We both survive in our own way. We'll
It is
see.
easier to survive together than alone.
Yeah. I didn't want to tell the boy earlier, but I overheard the Archons before. Anyway. They disapproved of everything. They want to burn the city down. Use the mortals to do it again. Something about not following protocol. I mean, there's a lot of people, a lot of survivors. So I went to tell someone. Despite the wounds. Next thing I know, the Archons aren't there. So I think that dragon of yours was already active. But I haven't seen signs of hunters. Since.
Oh, I'm certain the hunters are going to get active here real quick. But the best thing to do right now is avoid those fucking rats, because I believe their original creator is no longer with us, and the current big dog on the island will probably be using them as troops.
They have been migrating slowly.
Yeah, if I was in his position, I would take as much biomass as I could, perform a little slapdash surgery, and unleash some sort of rat thing on the populace.
You stay safe. And she opens the toolbox as she says that, and looks through it, takes the 9mm. Doesn't hold it right.
Here, real quick, again. Just quick instruction, and also, it's a Glock. It doesn't fire necessarily the way that you think it does. You want to rotate the wrist in order to stay on target. It doesn't kick back normally. It's because it's all polymer.
All right.
But cup and saucer. We're going to use it. Cup and saucer. It is the most beginner shooter friendly way to fight. Aim for center mass. If you overcompensate, you'll hit them in the femoral artery. If you undercompensate, you'll hit them someplace close to the neck. Aim center mass.
All right. Thanks for that. Thanks for watching out for, no one normally. Yeah.
The closest thing I ever had to a father was in Nosferatu.
And she sort of looks out by the door. Enzo's not there. He's waiting a few ways away. He goes, yeah. There's something about being fuck ugly that makes you want to care about people.
No. It's just usually the Nosferatu are the last people to let go of the soul. They know how much it's valued.
Oh.
That's when he walks away.
No, right. I need a way to reach you.
Here's a burner phone.
All right. Sorry about that.
No problem. Also, you'll find a number of other ways to contact me on the unlocked laptop in the pool room.
Sure.
Don't stay down here all night.
And I'm going to drink a lot of water. Let's move on to Lori for a moment. You're all set up looking at the 1000 negotiateur. Through your scope, you can see that most of the upper floors lights are going out one by one. There were still like a few lights. No one's supposed to be working anyway on a December 25th. But the moment that most of the lights go out, you can see some movement. Silhouettes, basically walking, moving. Sometimes you see them again, like a few floors down. They seem to stay around the 25th floor. Say like 22nd to 26, 7. some of them are by the windows. You notice that those that do are wearing bulletproof vests, balaclavas, rifles. They look jittery.
But are they wearing helmets?
Not all of them. They don't look paramilitary. They look more like a militia.
Do they look like any of the guys we murderized the fuck out of on the road who were hired guards for a variety of people, or do they look like, Inquisition?
No, they look closer to the caravan. Yeah, the group of mercenaries that protected Mehmet, or at least what you thought was Mehmet's diversion. Except, you know from conversations with Caleb that the Prince's Haven is
On the top floor.
Even his court is top floor, like his official, office and all. They're setting up ways below. Almost like they're expecting trouble. But they're expecting trouble to come from first floor, I guess, the lobby.
Oh, they're expecting somebody to come up from beneath. And she has this moment of like, well, Dixon did say that he was going to try and murderize everybody. Should I be nice? As she raises the scope to the top floor and starts scanning all of the windows.
Can you give me int? No, actually, give me resolve and awareness.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, that's a rare one, but you have a goal right now.
3 successes.
3 successes. There are 2 figures up there. So the way the prince's, you see it through the scope anyway. So the way the prince's haven is set up in a way, an entire floor above the 50th floor, so what would be the 51st, right? Looks rather open and Spartan in its decor, its furniture. It's like an office space that you just removed all the cubicles and just set up like chairs, table, like a giant meeting conference room type of thing. But the one above that, the one that basically forms the top of the triangle at the top of the building, this one has, the standard long blackout curtains. Some of them drawn, some of them not drawn. There's little light compared to the floor below. They're both poorly illuminated, but the one at the top is clearly more to create a sort of ambiance or something. And the people, you notice, they're on the, let's call it the office floor. And you recognize one of them as a bald man in a trench coat. And in front of him is a dude sporting a hoodie. Looks like anybody. Could be anybody. And he's dangling in front of a bald guy. A coat made of faces. And he throws it on the table. Bald guy nods. And by the way, you interrupt me if you want to do anything. I'm just describing what's happening.
No,
Bald
she's
guy
watching
nods.
for right now.
Okay. shakes his hand, produces out of his coat call it an ornate short sword. It's a curved blade. Let me just check the description. I believe it is a curved blade.
Out of curiosity, does this particular shape of blade look familiar to somebody, you know, kind of like a blade that somebody she knows really well carries?
You're gonna have to tell me who it is that you knows carries.
A very
who's blade?
particular-
Mehmet, that's my guess.
No. Well, Mehmet has a saber, probably. He was an officer in the Ottoman Empire, so he probably has at least one saber. You know, Saracen blade.
No, but what is? Yeah, but it's the blade of who? Whose blade? You're saying is it the same?
Is it Mehmet's officer saber style thing, or is this more of a Banu Hakim thing?
Oh. Yes, it is a Banu Hakim blade. It is a
Yeah.
karambit. And by the
Yeah.
way, it's not curved. My bad.
Yeah.
It looks more like a souped up machete.
Mhm.
So the guy in the hoodie, takes it, nods, sheathes it, and leaves.
I mean, she's not going to get in the way of another professional working unless they get in her way. And the bald guy is Caleb, correct?
Yep.
So she's like, yeah, not what she's looking for at the moment.
Caleb actually, once this other person is gone, hands clasped behind his back, just looks out the window and waits. With your successes, I was gonna say, with your successes, you also notice high up in the sky, a flying shape moving.
Oh, hi, Locke. That's fine.
Looks like he's doing flying circles around the tower.
He's on watch. She's settling in to wait. She has 3 intentional targets and 1 bonus if he shows up. And she's also willing to let Dixon be the front door distraction, shall we say, if he ends up being such. But from her perch, can she see because I know the top of the building is pointed like a pyramid, but it still has ventilation. Can she see any of the roof-mounted things like the condensers, the elevator, mechanicals, all that stuff that you put on the top of a skyscraper?
So that's at the very, so the triangle at the top, right? It's not like pointy. It's flat at the very top, of course. So it's like a flat top triangle, and everything, all of those things, like the big units for like ventilation and everything.
Yeah, the big AC units, the water pressure, all
they're
that
at
stuff.
the top there.
Okay. She's gonna make note of that, because if Dixon doesn't show up in the next, and she's also setting herself up inside the Havens Green building in a way that she can, if necessary, survive daylight, like near a closet or something that she can just lock herself into for the next until.
Yeah, there are places like that in
it's like one of those, if nothing happens all night and it gets really, really close, then she'll move herself into like a secure storage facility, storage closet to spend the day to set herself up. But if Dixon doesn't show up in the next 48 hours, she just needs to know where those mechanicals are, because with a big enough sniper rifle, she can make her own mess. Fire
As you-
alarms are a great thing to set off.
You get cozy, comfortable for the night ahead. We'll move to Dixon. Who is that by
Just
now
have got-
reached the Olympic Stadium, or at least the park is in view. You were gonna say.
Yeah, and you know, I'm walking there so that the sentries will see that it's me. I know that they tend to be hidden, so I may not see them before they see me, of course. But I'm not trying to go into be. I'm not trying to look like I'm skulking about in their place.
The Anarchs have congregated right outside of the biodome. You can almost hear their shouting and arguing from a certain distance. What you make out, Simone is rightly pissed. She talks about how the kindred of the city can't be counted upon. They're not going to do Jack. They prefer to hide and let the young ones just die on the front. Yuma counter argues by saying but you don't have to go to the front. And she begins to call him a coward. And then there's
Hey, everyone.
growling.
Hi. What's happening? Like right when that coward happens,
Yeah.
gotta interrupt that argument, right? Like, nope, that's a word you gotta interrupt right there before it gets real bad. That's not a conversation. Like, that has to be interrupted for everybody's sake. It's just sort of like I hope I'm not interrupting.
You see Yuma's claws are receding. Hey.
Hi.
See, Simone? Not all of them.
I've got business or important things about the city to talk with you two, if that's okay. And I sort of look at all of the sort of assembled anarchs.
They are beat up.
Hey, what happened?
Yuma replies, "Abode. I didn't think I'd see that again."
Abode.
Yeah, giant
Okay.
rolling mass of flesh, eyes, teeth, whatever bits of fucked up that I guess Artie's sire put together.
Oh. I ran into one myself, actually, not too long ago. You want to hit the office, your office, if that'd be okay?
Sure. You all stay
small
put, no fighting. And the 5 anarchs that are left. Basically there's Simone, of course, that is still alive. In fact, you would notice one of the anarchs that you are used to seeing here, Remy, is no longer there. So it's, I said 5, but that's not true. It's Aaron, Melkia, Simone, and there was Yuma. They were 4. Remy is nowhere to be seen. And that's out of game for a moment. There are 4 anarchs left because of all the rolls that I made you roll last time.
Is that good or bad? Is it like hey, at least we got 4, or like, man, you only got 4?
No, basically you rolled so high that 4 out of 5 of them survived the fight.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
And then I had you roll a d4 or something at some point, and that was, I had a list, and it just so happens you rolled Remy.
Yeah, I want to go into
Yeah.
Yuma's
No,
office.
Yuma's
with
going
Simone
to
and Yuma.
bring you inside. Go out into his place.
The locker room.
What's up?
Hey, I just got back from the Abyss. Apparently time works differently there. We thought it was about a day, but it apparently was more than that.
Yeah, it's been an interesting month. Fun
Okay,
times.
So there's a lot going on as far as I know, and I can tell you what I know, and I'm going to tell you what I'm about to do. And if you want to be part of it, great. If not, also, it is what it is. So, Val, Artie's sire, she's in town. She's here. She's been doing her thing. But apparently you know that already.
I spoke with Artie.
Word, I have a sense of where she is right now. The last time I checked, she was with Caleb. I killed one of those people that was in the ivory tower, but it turns out he was actually just disguised as one of those ivory tower guys.
Hey,
Anyway,
one less Cammy lick, whether he's a real one or a pretender. Who cares?
yeah. So she's here. She's gonna kill people. Apparently the Prince of Paris is on his way. Also,
What the
to kill
fuck?
people. Yeah, he apparently ate everyone at his court in Paris and then got in a boat over here and is probably going to be here any moment. Artie told me that Val is disguised as Betty, Uber Betty, the Toreador.
I vaguely remember some unimportant RP at some point.
Yeah, well, apparently that might be Val in disguise.
Huh.
The prince, a very hungry prince, is on his way. So I'm going to fight for this city.
And you told me that before, a big revolution, yada yada.
Yeah, it's time. If Val's here, she needs to be taken out, and all of those people who are standing in the way have to be taken out. It's Artie says there's some sort of ancient vampire as well under the city somehow. But anyway, I'm gonna go in there. I'm going to fight for the city. And if you want to come with me, you're welcome. If not, I understand. But this city
What
is
makes you
important.
think that the 5 beat up of us are going to be of any help?
Well, I've got some friends, I guess.
Oh, so
one of
you
my
did
old
get an
sires-
army.
Well, somebody's making one right now. So, there'll be more forces.
Wait. What do you mean making one?
I'm not actually quite certain, but I was told that I could get some sort of foot soldiers to go and help with this fight.
Huh. you're certain that
apparently be
these
good.
creations are going to be useful.
Well, the person who told me seemed quite powerful and knows what they're talking about, so I guess so.
Hmm.
I woke up some sleeping vampires that I found.
He looks at you with suspicion. He doesn't even try to hide it. Who? Where? What?
What? Vampires.
What clan? What allegiances? If you just unstaked a bunch of Sabbat fanatics, we're
But,
nowhere
two.
good.
I had staked 2, and they were friends of my sire, so I think they're okay. And they're gonna go and help.
No, the witches.
Yes? I guess that's what people... I don't know what people call them, but yeah.
Yeah, they, long story.
Also, I'm gonna find a way to save all of the whites. That's the other thing on my...
That's, I
Agenda.
mean, look, at this point, you told me you were one day going to take on the city with an army, and apparently you have it, and now you're doing it.
Yeah.
So I guess if you say you're going to save the whites, I just have to assume that you're going to save the whites.
Sooner or later.
Noble
Got
goal.
time.
Try not to die.
So, do you want to help? I have to tell you, though, Val last night was with Caleb in his office. I don't know what they were doing or what they were talking about, but she was there, so I wouldn't necessarily trust Caleb much.
I need to know your plan. A to Z. Everything.
Okay.
How's it gonna go
Well-
down? And then I might
Okay.
care about
So-
this group of knuckleheads. I don't want them gone.
Me too. For me, it's us. That's what matters in this city. Well, first thing, I've got to get a Kevlar vest.
What
And
for? It's
then-
bullets. You just pluck them out like you pluck an ingrown hair.
Yeah, I don't trust them. I don't know what they're doing. Just in case, better safe than sorry. That's what I figure. Every little bit helps when we're talking about people who might have claws and such.
He looks at his hands.
No, I mean, weird dragon claws or something. I don't know what they
Nah, fucked up Simichi shit. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, would you be willing to... You can say no, but again, every bit helps. Would you be willing to share your blood? I'll share mine. I know.
What do you have to
Gangrel
bring
are
to the
hardy.
table? Yeah, but I don't want to end up looking like a cat. I'm more of a canine myself.
I actually think I look quite nice. Sort of brushes his fur a little bit to the side.
Yeah, you're just not my type.
No, it's this is about who I am. So I don't think it would be the same for you. Everyone looks a little bit different.
Storyteller is just gonna look at something real quick.
It's a good trade for a trade, I figure. I can strong, fast.
Yeah, how fast are you? Can you
Fast.
outrun a speeding motorcycle?
Yes. And I can see into the spirit realm, the realm of the ancestors.
Yeah, I don't. I'm more of a tangible guy. So I
Well,
see.
Spirits are tangible, but
Well,
tangible impacts.
we'll do it this way.
Might help you.
And he starts pacing. As he often does when you go visit him and say things
It's
that
true. It's true.
might shake him. Dixon, can you give me...
Mhm.
We'll do either charisma or manipulation.
I don't manipulate. I'm being upfront.
And
Just upfront.
yeah, but manipulation doesn't mean manipulating people. And either leadership or persuasion.
We'll go with leadership, although persuasion's the same.
I am looking for... Give me a second. Okay, we're gonna do it that way. 2, 4, or 6 successes.
I will rouse. Okay. And we'll go with leadership and charisma. Three successes.
Do you want to use a point of willpower to reroll?
No, I'll stick there. Because I will probably need the willpower at other moments.
After pacing for a while, he says, all right, but we're doing it my way. I don't want to be bonded to a runt.
Okay. Me neither.
Give me a moment. And he goes
way
and
do we do it?
fetches...
So as not to be bonded. Dixon says as Yuma walks out.
Yeah, and he's going to come back with 2 mason jars. And he sets them down. Vampire blood takes a whole lot of time to coagulate, and worst case scenario, I can have Alex work his magic on it. So I want the fast, and I want the strong. And in exchange, I'll give you a bit of the... Yes, but... it needs to mature inside my body before I can do anything. And I might change my mind, I don't know. Look, it's 2 for 1.
Okay. Sure.
That's 2 rouse checks worth of blood. So you need to rouse twice.
Twice. And Dixon is like, has not learned these lessons yet, so he's like, oh, okay, weird, but all right, I guess. 1, 2, succeed both.
While you do that, Yuma is opening up a vein on his forearm. And
Do you have
then
another cup?
he presents his arm to you. He's like, no, straight from the source. But...
Oh, but if you've got cups, I want cups, right?
the deal is straight from the source.
That's not equal.
You want to be tough, yes or no?
Yeah, but you said something about bonding. And if I'm putting it in cups so you don't get bonded, I don't want to get bonded.
Let me see if I have another jar. He goes
He
out,
just turns to Simone.
grumbling.
Bonding's bad, right? He
Oh,
says to
Simone's
Simone when
outside.
he- when-
The
Okay.
rest of the Anarchs are outside.
Okay.
They're not coming in. He comes back eventually with a mug of coffee. He just like throws the coffee out of it. Says, "Security guard can wait."
Oh.
There.
Okay.
Pee in the cup.
Okay.
It's a joke.
I don't. Oh, right. Because I don't
Okay.
pee anymore. I think I could probably.
Well, you
sorry,
can.
go
It's
ahead.
actually it would be blood and it would work.
Oh.
Just don't.
So,
I don't
you
want
were-
to know
Okay.
where
you were
it.
joking. Okay. Sorry.
came
Sorry.
from.
Sorry.
So, give me that.
But yeah.
Yeah. There.
Thanks. So. I'm not gonna turn into a wolf, am I? Starts drinking. Ooh.
I don't think someone like you could turn into anything more than a house cat.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. So drinks it down. Ah,
He's gonna take the other 2 jars.
how much beer have you had? Anyway, that's a joke. So, anyway.
I've not had that many.
Mm. Okay. Sort of pulls out some paper. He sets it down. Goes,
Wait
talk
a
about it."
second.
Huh?
You drink his blood. Ooh. Is potent. Is strong.
Hmm.
You don't get anything more out of it. But Yuma might be more than he lets on.
Interesting.
Age-wise anyway, perhaps.
Oh. Hmm.
It tastes like... I don't think you've ever had blood like this before. Antonio certainly didn't taste like that.
No.
Who else have you drunk
Uh,
from?
Nobody. I mean, besides Hetty.
But that was when you were embraced a
Yes.
long time ago.
He hasn't had a lot of vampire friends, and people don't share blood, so he has just not had that before. Before
Says-
Alex, Antonio.
We'll follow you. But first sign that we're all in over our heads, we're backing out.
Okay. I want you to know I'm not backing out.
No, you're not. But to some extent, I don't want to be killed by some prince's goons.
It's fair. But, I believe you're tougher than you're currently talking. I feel like you're, underselling yourself. Just a bit.
I don't want any of the kids to also get killed by some prince's goons.
Fair. But they're gonna come for us sooner or later. And if not them, then Val or this Paris prince. We wait,
Yeah, fucking.
they'll just be a cancer all over this city.
When it's not one monarch, it's another, and when it's not... Oh. See, every problem we've had was because of some prince sent from the old world. I would really like for them to stop.
Me
Because
too.
if what you say is true, then it's the 3rd fucking time.
Yeah. Well, let's just let them know this is not a hospitable place. I've taken some notes. It sort of like rolls out some paper with some drawings, and I think that'd be a good sort of transition to as he sort of points out, you know, it's like a map of the city,
Mhm.
maps of some buildings with some X's and crosses.
Arthur. Actually, looking at the time, no. Break, then Arthur. We'll be right back, folks. Stick around. We're back.
Flory to kill Val, or either Flory or basically Val and Mehmet. I want to give Pope and Prax first choice on them.
I mean, I appreciate that. Flory does have a silver bullet with his name on it. Literally.
Well,
So
we're gonna first go back to Arthur.
Hello.
refine my list.
Make your way back home.
Mhm.
Everything's quiet. All is quiet on the Eastern Front.
Go in, check, and
Western
be
Front.
as unsubtle as usual. Alex, back. Have a guest. Well, fellow traveler.
Hey, Alex.
This is Enzo. He
Yes,
is
'cause I've-
Nosferatu. Very nice.
I've never seen him in my entire time here.
The Nosferatu are notorious for not necessarily being people persons.
What happened to your face?
Have you never met a Nos? I don't. You know Caleb.
Yeah,
I am so
but
sorry,
Caleb,
Enzo.
Caleb just looks like he's like transparent.
I need to give you a very specific sketchbook. Just give me a second. Walks off and comes back with a collection of sketches from back in Miami of different members of the Sabbat and their appearances in profile. Here, this is an educational tool. Start flicking through. There are notes as to name, when the sketch was made, and clan.
Oh, who drew all of these?
Someone who is absolutely batshit insane.
So I take it it's not you.
No, I do not have artist's hands.
I thought Simichi could have any type of hands.
You would think that, but no. That
Huh.
I even tried once. That's a bit too gory of a story. Never mind.
Meanwhile, Enzo sits on your couch and just goes,
I call dibs.
Certainly, as long as we're here, that couch totally yours.
and then he's just gonna lie down and look at everything while he's lying down.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to
Everything again.
chug a jug as I go to the not for public consumption refrigerator and pull up the desperation jug, which is a jug of pig's blood, and down
Yeah,
it.
because you can. So that's one hunger.
That's
back.
one.
As you're finishing up your drink, your bacon juice, your phone rings. It's Betty. Well, the number, I mean.
Hi, Mom. What's up?
Hi, child. I guess I got carried away earlier.
No, that was just you being you.
Don't try to flatter me. I figure out of courtesy because you've been here longer than me. In the city, I mean. I'll extend an invitation to the winning camp. If you want. You can just join me.
Considering the number of people who are coming to this rumble in the jungle, it's awfully crowded on this island all of a sudden. I'm thinking of touring the world for a while.
You know that wherever you go, I will still find you.
That's why I'm going to tour the world in the most awful places that would offend your sense of fashion and nobility.
Why do
I
you
heard-
hate me so? What
I
have I
hear
done to you?
Dundee is the stabbing capital of Scotland. It sounds delightful.
And here I thought I raised you well.
Oh, you have. I am taking care of people that are forgotten and getting them off the island because they can't really serve whatever master comes at them.
Well, I can't have a bunch of losers joining the winnings club, so
Hey, I'm just doing what I did for the bishop back in the day. I'm just moving folks.
just a
So,
second.
yeah, it's fine and dandy. I mean, if it was just you and the locals, I might entertain. But considering that there is a very smelly past due Frenchman on his way, and whatever distant relative of ours is underneath, plus, your former dance partner who I just can't stand. Again, I don't like Venture. And the fucking whale who was a lying sack of shit, you can keep him. No, most of the people that I actually give a damn about on this island are either on my couch, off doing their own business, or are dead.
Hmm. Do you really think so little of me that you would assume that that I do not have all of my bases covered?
Oh, I am certain that you are going to hurt me immensely and that there are terrible things that are going to happen.
Look,
But I also know that I can stand some pain. You taught me that.
all right. I just wanted to know when the dominoes start falling if I removed yours before, you topple over.
There is one thing that I did think about when coming to Montreal that I made note of, and I think they're going to have some interesting ideas about rearranging the furniture. You never were a fan of the church, and they're not a fan of you. And boy, howdy, is the church here on the island of 1,000 steeples.
Are you
You
going
covered your
to
bases.
use the Camarilla's tools against me?
No,
Really, Arthur?
Mom, I'm going to use the Lasombra's greatest tool against you.
Have you no honor?
No.
Self-respect?
No, you beat that out of me.
Sure, blame it all on me. I made you into a specimen worthy of our clan, worthy of our bloodline.
Yeah, you made me a fucking survivor. And like the earth that we come from, I will wiggle and writhe and survive. And I will make sure to eat whatever nutrients are left in this dirt to leave you with nothing.
Well, that was my good faith attempt. Just know that in the future, when I'm sitting atop the throne and ruling this island, 1,000 steeples, you're no longer on the guest list.
I figured that between the Captain Camembert, yourself, our distant relative, the hunters, the camis, the anarchs, whoever is sitting atop the shit pile when it's all said and done is not going to look kindly in my direction anyway. So have this mountain of dirt.
Well, food is here. I gotta go. And you just hear someone like a muffled like let me go in the background.
I hope you choke on his dick. Bye.
Alex is just staring at you from outside the kitchen.
Parents, right?
I don't know. Your parents are still alive? Aren't you old?
The one parent I have left, the one parent in the eyes of kindred society that matters.
Yeah, no, orphan.
Yeah, but at the same time, people like to adopt.
So, what do we do now?
We wait out the clock. Also, I make one last terrible, offensive, sinful phone call.
It's not a sin to use a phone, you know? I know that, like, Camarilla kept trying to enforce that, but it's not a bad thing.
Oh no, what I'm doing is absolutely treacherous and sinful in the eyes of both God, honor, and decency.
You're gonna call a phone sex line?
No. I'm going to call the cops.
What are they gonna do?
There was an entire task force that wiped out the Sabbat in one fucking night. You think they're all off this island?
This is a lot. You want to blow up like they did before?
I have spent months getting the commissioner in my pocket. I have a scorched earth policy.
Okay.
It's time to push the chips in. I'm
Okay.
leaving the table.
All right. You I'll leave you to your phone call then. I don't know what I can bring to this.
The thing that you bring is looking in that bucket of faces and also thinking about where you want to see things in New York. Go ahead and make a tour of this. We're going to have some time there before whatever ramifications of my series of poor unlife choices catch up.
Okay. And he goes back out.
And I call the commissioner.
It rings once, twice, 3 times, and half a 4th time before someone picks up.
Hello. This is Mr. Porter speaking.
Mr. Porter, you do realize it's Christmas. Unless you're calling to wish me a Merry Christmas, I think this can wait.
I'm calling about
Tomorrow.
Merry Christmas and something very important to the law of this city.
Have you thought about calling 911?
Commissioner, how long you been on this island, real quick?
I've lived here my whole life. I was born in Verdun.
Then you know how bad it used to be.
He says, give me a moment. There's sound, like there's a party in the back.
Yeah.
And eventually the sound of the party sort of fades. You hear a door slam. Well, slam, close. Yeah, it used to be real bad.
Yeah. And right now, there are individuals that are going to try and make it just as bad, if not worse. And they're acting because, of course, they fucking are on Christmas.
Pope, can you give me persuasion and resources? This was the role that was needed to put the commissioner in your pocket.
May I use my negotiation specialty?
Yes, absolutely.
I will also rouse the blood.
All right. Because of all the like successes you've had doing this whole thing over the course of multiple months because of the underworld, I will just ask for a kind of like with Trooper earlier, difficulty three, ooh, or difficulty actually it's 3 successes or 5 successes. Basically, if you beat both, you know, greater rewards await you.
This only allows me to roll 10. I'm rolling 11 dice, so we'll add 1 to this.
Oh my god, we're playing Scion.
Yep. And then let me just roll a quick die here.
Yeah, because if it's a 10, it's a messy critical.
No, it's not messy.
No, it's not messy.
It would be because there's another die miss. Oh no, because it's your hunger dice. Yeah, never mind. You're not rolling a hunger die. My bad.
And you know what? I'll spend a willpower because I'm feeling cheeky.
I was going to say, sure, if it hits 10, we'll have something else.
How about 11? No, how about 10? It's 10.
Yeah. Commissioner says, if you're talking about the task force downtown, they're already on the move.
I have some specific targets.
They do too.
Yeah, but I don't know if they know about the one in the marina.
The one at the marina?
Yeah. Somebody just came in on a boat from Paris. A very
not here
nasty.
yet.
There's going to be somebody getting into the marina boat from Paris. Real nasty piece of work. Has evaded the people in the old world for quite some time. You're going to need to bring the big tweezers.
We are aware, Mr. Porter.
Good.
You call
As
me in the
honest-
middle of the night on Christmas because for you it's the middle of the day, correct?
Sure.
You were very generous. I saw you also donating for, I believe, community centers or something like that.
Community centers, hospitals. I like people.
Yes, and I've had my people, or, yeah, say, my people look into your associates. Helping out the poor, Montreal North. Taking care of the kids.
I'm not saying
I know
they're all
that-
bad, but I know the ones there are. I used to be one.
There's another one who's been moving about the island. Luxury RVs. hard to miss.
Fair enough. That
How-
and the scuffle with the kids.
I wasn't aware of that one.
University thing. Figured the rent-a-cops at the uni would probably said something.
You are probably aware then of what happened here 2 years ago.
Quite aware. It's part of the reason I moved.
This is just the part 2 of 2 years ago. Operation First Light is now, let's call it Operation Second Light. They're going to eliminate your kind. Except... roll 10 successes. Except... I have seen the good some of you can do. Like, semi-symbiotic parasite. It seems to work when you are low in numbers, but it goes to hell the moment you reproduce.
And the nasty ones have come here and made it fucking open season. And some of the worst of them that want to sit atop a pile of skulls as a throne have arrived. The best thing I
Can
can
you
give
give
as a piece
me-
of advice, because I'm planning on leaving this place, because things have gotten awfully complicated real quick. And I'll make certain that the Brotherhood gets another charitable donation to ring in the new year.
They don't use that term anymore.
Sorry. Old.
It's, yes, most of them have just kind of like you, hid amongst various levels of government. And, we have a local task force now because I remember 20 years ago.
Good.
Can you give me 5 minutes, Mr. Porter? I will call you back.
Yeah. You got 5.
Hangs up. 5 minutes.
After he
will
hangs-
pass. Yeah.
After he hangs up, quick text to Flory.
Hmm?
Inquisition's on the move. Scorched earth policy. They already know. You may want to move quickly.
There's just a thumbs up emoji and a like smirking face.
There's a call. 5 minutes later.
Yep.
Porter. I told you I would call you back. We are on the line with Lieutenant Munoz. You hear someone's... Hello, Mr. Porter? Or is it...
Hello, Lieutenant.
Is it Mr.? Is it... Do you have a title? Do your people have a title?
I haven't had anything of the kind my entire life. Biggest title I ever held was pit boss.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Has. I thought you were dead.
I thought so too. But it just so happens that well, some of your kind wanted me here before I had
Oh.
the chance to really land wherever your associate or the events of that night are even blurrier than the ones from 2 years ago.
Right, you were put in a Hello Fresh casket. Surprised you got out.
Point of order, he was not HelloFresh because I couldn't get to him. I did fuck with his mind, though.
I have a feeling that that's what Artie just has in his memory.
It's just I don't like to owe. I turned down the job offer, is what I meant. Commissioner Cohen was telling me about things that are happening. I'm not on the ground tonight. See, this is a holiday for us. The living.
Yeah, usually it is for some of us that still observe, a number of different traditions and faiths. It's just that the worst of us choose this time to be, well, the worst.
The commissioner briefed me very quickly. And, well, being the one who introduced the idea, I've put in a call and told the people going to clear Little Italy that they should leave you alone.
I appreciate that. But at the same time, with the exception of one of the good ones that I'm leaving behind in Little Italy is going to be devoid of us. Because too much bad has moved in to the island.
Indeed. It's starting to look like, well,
Years
2 years
ago.
ago.
Yeah. Just a
I-
piece of advice. There are a couple of places downstairs you're going to want to go. There's some that you're going to want to fucking avoid.
thought we blew up that place.
Oh, you did. But there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than found in your philosophy.
The commissioner interjects and says, "It's all fine and good, Mr. Munoz, but Lieutenant, if you want to get more information, I'm sure you can talk to Mr. Porter some other time."
Yeah, you guys enjoy your holiday. I'm planning a trip.
Well, Mr. Porter, I'm on the way. I'm in the car. I know I shouldn't talk on the phone while driving, but I'm the
That's what
loft.
Bluetooth's for.
I left in a hurry.
All right.
Would you care to meet me, Mr. Porter? It's
Let's
not
meet-
a trap.
Let's meet at a bridge. I'm planning on getting off the fucking thing.
And I'm
Taking
closer
a
to
long
Laval than the South Shore bridges. Not a problem?
Not at all. I'm just going to get on the road a little quicker tonight than I thought. Just one big thing. I can't stress this enough. There are two places you're going to want your people to wait before they go in. The tower
Where's the-
downtown, you're going to want to wait. You're going to want to wait until the growling, the screaming, and the gnashing of teeth stop. And then when you think it's safe to go in, stop again. And downstairs, stay the fuck away from what you blew up. It ain't safe for any of you. Because what's opened up down there is beyond you. So you leave downstairs the fuck alone. Let whatever decides to crawl up and deal with it quickly.
I'll see you at the bridge. Let's finish this conversation face to face. I owe you
Sir.
at least that for your considerable donations.
Thanks. See you soon. All right, boys, we're packing up. We're going to go early.
We're not midnight yet.
No, but I have a meeting with Cop, and we have a meeting getting the fuck off this hunter-infested island.
Okay.
They'll hop in the what is it, the white panel van again, or
No, we're taking the landing. We're taking the landing. Because the suspension, the tuned engine, and everything else, plus the heavily tinted windows, and all of that room to hold all sorts of goodies. Plus, it has the best Bluetooth setup of all the vehicles. Also, it's the one that comes with a sat phone.
you hop in the car and leave. Alright. As you're looking through your scope, you notice that there is well, upstairs things have been kind of quiet. Middle, there's been a tiny bit of activity. People are just moving about, changing position, getting angsty. But downstairs, like down on the ground, street level, there's a couple of squad cars that have been going around the block for a while now.
Well, if Dixon doesn't cause me a very nice distraction, I'll let them do it. And she like kind of lines up the tracking shot to see, to blow out the rear tire of one of the squad cars, but she doesn't fire. She's just, having fun tracking it before she goes back to the upper levels. She has 3 targets, and she can be patient. She can be very, very patient.
There are 2 more targets near the higher levels. 2 people are climbing the concrete parts of the building.
Are these kind climbing? Or are these kindred climbing? Because those are 2 different types of climbing.
No, they're not supernatural clinging to the wall. They're climbing with, well, ropes and picks and pitons and going the long way, but judging by their equipment, they're not urban spelunking.
Yeah. She's just gonna watch through the scope, and she's still listening and keeping her senses keen for her not fall, because she doesn't have a spotter right now. She doesn't want to fall into tunnel focus through the scope.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to be aware of where she is and who she is and where's around her.
Lastly, some of the blackout curtains have been drawn, others have been open over the course of these, let's say this last hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
But every time it closes, but there's no one standing in front of it and closing them.
Of course not.
They
move. Probably have remotes for that shit. It's probably that level of ostentatious that a Ventrue would have.
However, you do notice when one of them opens,
mm-hmm.
there are small blood splatters on the window.
Arterial?
It's more like a tiny bit got out of the splash zone. Really almost circular in
mm-hmm.
They don't have a direction like someone was cut and then just blood flew sprayed all over the place. It's that level of detail that you can see through a scope, but that probably most people might not care. It's fresh. It's completely fresh. You can even see it raw. But whatever.
She's
no
watching.
one comes to clean it.
Of course not.
At the end of the hour, you would see two of these, like, militia. I'll call them the militia. Whatever. Two of the mercenaries dragging the body of someone out. Carrying the body of someone out.
Can she see who it is?
Exsanguinated kine.
Oh, okay. Well, sucks to be them. Not her problem.
You notice as well, how many successes you had on your spot check earlier? 3. Okay. So
Yeah.
one last thing is right before that curtain closes, moves a bit, there are 3 shadows in somewhere in this loft. There are 3 people.
Cool. She smirks, and then she takes a look up, because she knows Locke is circling the building. Has Locke noticed the people climbing up the building? Because that's not quiet, particularly if you're not if you're doing it free basing.
Locke is no longer flying atop the tower or around the tower.
She pauses for a minute because she likes Locke. And then just kind of makes sure that Sense Beast is up and around her, just in case.
Oh, there is a beast coming at you.
Oh, good. From where?
Above.
Oh. Flying?
It's coming down fast.
Cool. She's gonna wait until that last moment and roll to one side. With the sniper rifle still in her hands.
Locke lands on the platform, not where he wasn't aiming for you specifically. He lands a few feet away from where you were. What was Locke's voice again?
The gravelly one.
Yeah, I can't do gravelly anyway.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Doop, 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 doop. I was told to check for danger.
Oh, the 2 guys climbing up the side of the building and the 3 squad cars going around it.
You is more danger.
No, I'm not. That's the Inquisition.
He turns. I go.
Have a nice night. Oh, by the way, sorry, I haven't had an opportunity to talk to you recently, and I thought I should warn you that Villon has left Paris. He ate everybody in Paris that he could and is on his way here.
Who is Villon?
The Prince of Paris, who is the boss of the prince in the tower.
He cracks his stone teeth inside his mouth. Sounds like a landslide. Inquisition bad.
Inquisition is very bad. Also, look at them. They're just kind of hanging off there.
Prince. Also bad.
You should be safe.
No.
No, you shouldn't be safe.
Prince. Watch for danger. I And you can see the stone cogs in his brain, the Flintstone shape cogs in this poor gargoyle's brain are turning as much as they can. Similar to the other two earlier. Can you give me either charisma and manip, and
Sure.
leadership or persuasion?
Oh, okay. So leadership or persuasion. So question, would this count as a negotiation?
Not in this case, though.
Okay. That was just, then I won't use the specialty.
I'm gonna be looking for. I'll do the same thing as earlier. 2, 4, 6.
7. She likes him.
How
She wants him to be
bad
okay.
are you?
Oh, I'm very good.
He walks to the railing next to one of the binoculars. Them. He points to the two kine slowly climbing their way up. How much danger?
A lot. They probably have holy water, flash grenades, fire. They know how to kill vampires, and they kind of take it as their holy mission from the church. I mean, I've been doing some work for Caleb for a while, so that's why I thought I should tell you about, them and the prince coming from Paris and there's something else. Oh, the giant creepy Samish sleeping under this island.
No. Simish.
Yeah, old dragon is sleeping under the island, but he's waking up. Oh, they're a much more immediate threat. They're going to kill a lot of people.
You also kill.
Only when I get paid for it. And no one's paying for me to kill anyone right now.
Why gun then?
Oh, so I can see. It's got a good scope. And she kind of holds the scope out for him to look through.
He's got fairly sizable hands. The scope is like a monocle to him.
Mm-hmm.
He holds the whole gun.
Mm-hmm.
He says, see inside. And kill what you see.
I mean, if I was getting paid for it, are you going to pay me to kill somebody? Do you need me to kill somebody?
Puts the
I
gun
would do
back
that for
down.
you.
I watch for danger.
Okay. That's danger. That's danger. And she kind of looks around to see if there are any other approaching obvious cops and or Inquisition that she can point out.
But you danger, they danger. Can all the danger get rid of? And he points the triangle at the top of the tower. Is danger for this?
Probably. I mean, they're climbing the tower.
Simichi.
Oh, the
There.
Samichi is waking up from underneath. There is a Samichi up there too. You saw Val, right? She was creepy. She was wearing Betty.
They are plague. Slavers.
Them and the Tremere are sometimes slavers, yes.
All sorcery bad.
Actually, yeah, I agree with that one. Sorcery, all sorcery is bad. Not all magic, but all sorcery is bad.
Sid.
Yeah, the Tremere.
He gone.
Oh! Is he dead, or did he just leave and leave you here?
He points to the loft and goes again. Simish bad.
Oh, there's a Samish in there who ate Sid? You want me to kill her? I'll do that one for
Any-
free for you because you're nice.
Any talk. I keep quiet. I
Good for you.
saw Sid.
Did she eat him? Or did she turn him into a table? I heard she likes to turn people into furniture.
He went. He points again the triangle.
Mhm.
Never came out.
Do you want me to take care of...
Snow.
Do you want me to take care of that? Well, you take care of them, and she kind of points at the guys climbing the building.
No.
You want to go? You can just leave, you know. Go far away and never come back.
No.
Why not?
Simish bad.
Oh, You want me to help-
Prince bad.
Locke?
Danger bad.
Locke, do you want me to help me kill a whole bunch of people?
He walks around the railing, just his footsteps
Mhm.
shaking, like making the whole gallery, not gallery, but like deck, observation deck, almost shake. Complicated.
It is very complicated. May I make a suggestion, Locke?
Yes.
You are a free person.
I know. You said before. First time.
I spent the last
Sid.
century helping people be free.
Sid. Tremere. Tremere. Bad.
Tremere slavers.
Sid. Good.
There are some times when you can be better than your clan.
Sid. Friend.
And they killed your friend.
Simish.
I know one Samish that's okay. He kind of has some paranoia issues, but he's mostly okay. But that Samish is very bad. Do you want to fuck with her head?
close eyes to danger.
That's a very sound way to do things. May I make another suggestion, Sid? You don't close your eyes to danger. You got to go away from this danger because there's more danger coming. So you have to be safe.
Sentry.
And a sentry-
watch.
But but Sid, where does a sentry work?
I
A sentry is outside the picket lines.
watch Simic destroyed.
Oh, have a seat. And she kind of points next to her. And Sid, I'm about to do something really fucked up and fun, though.
I lock.
Oh, Locke. Sorry, that was a Prax mistake, not a Flory mistake.
Okay.
Locke, I'm about to do something fucked up and fun, though.
Fun. He steps back. 2 steps.
She's
Plunks
gonna
himself down.
she's gonna like take from her bag where she had the guns in, and she's gonna take like this bright red scarf that she had brought with her. She had bought it in Paris. Hermes, probably, just because it's on brand and we believe in these kinds of things in life. And she's going to walk up to him and like tie it around his neck and go, "There you go. Now watch. You look dashing."
Soft.
Very. It's silk.
Lock hard.
That doesn't mean you
Soft.
can't enjoy soft things.
Crush things.
But can you crush silk?
He like grabs the knot that you
Oh,
tied.
she didn't knot it. She just like kind of.
Oh, you just turned it around. So then
Yeah.
he's going to take it off and then just go. "Mm."
Now open your hand.
Sorcery.
Silk. It's very, very strong, but very, very soft. Did you know that in China and Japan, they used to make armor out of it? If it's-
You say words.
A long time ago,
Okay.
a long time ago, it was used to keep people safe. Hopefully, it will keep you safe. And then she's going to line up the scope. And she's going to pull out not her personal phone and not the Florica Winters art historian phone. She's going to pull out the Flory Winters murder phone. And she's going to call Betty's number and put it on speaker and just kind of gesture to be quiet to Locke. But she figures he's really good at being quiet.
Yeah. But we're gonna pause that call and go to Dixon. Mr. Dixon.
I went to see if I can get a Kevlar vest.
Uh-huh.
And then afterwards, I'm going to head back to the Haven to meet up with the Witches' Coven to see how it's going.
Can you... I'm going to ask you to roll something for me because that's more fun.
Okay,
Oh shit.
I'm ready. What?
I guess it would be. Yeah. Can you roll 9d10s? Just a 9
Sure.
dice check, please.
Sure. I'll just call this mysterious. And I will roll 9 dice. 5 successes.
When you head back to the Hades Haven, Dixie will say, Dixie, Jesus, yeah, Dixon and Dixie, sure. Jessie, she's still, looking at her stuff. Turns, looks over her shoulder at you, come in and, Steph said, she, wants to see you. She's, at the other cauldron.
Oh, okay.
I think her.
How's it going?
Well, and
Research.
do you come into the Haven?
Yeah.
Do you enter the Haven? When she
Yeah.
says, well, you sort of have, like, the camera would rotate to see what Dixon sees, and instead of just the back of Jessie, you see, the table in front of her, the papers. And on her lap is a giant, deceased, naked rat with boils and milky white eyes.
So, how's it going?
He had a message for you to come see, so I take it she did it. He doesn't want to leave.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
Look,
Hey,
and she
rat.
puts it down.
Mhm.
And the rat sort of like looks around, smells a bit, spins in a circle, then gets up on its legs and just paws at Jessie. I can't
Okay.
speak to animals. I don't know. He acts like a baby.
All right. You, rat.
He turns, looks at you.
Let's go. We're going back to your leader. Let's go.
The rat scurries away at speed. You've got celerity, it's not so bad. But you would have to run to catch up to it. And the
Yeah,
rat doesn't
I've got
really
you.
care about the rubble and the debris and the tightness of some of the passages. He will just wave you out. But ciao.
It's like,
Eventually you reach that fateful temple. The place that saw you switch into the underworld. Just a bit before, where
That's-
that
back now, though.
it is.
That's good.
As you make your way to the
I
other,
follow the rat.
yeah, to basically what was Stephanie's old haven. Where there was once one rat, there are now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 20. And by the time you get to Stephanie, who's also surrounded by rats, you've
Hey.
stopped counting. You think there's close to 100. And she's like getting like blood covered rat out of the cauldron. It's a regular sized rat, like it's a small New York rat. But it
Large New York rat, but
grows.
go on.
It grows in her hands to reach the size of a small dog. It's hair falls off as you hear like a hiss. It squeaks in pain and tries to move and scratch at itself as like boils begin to appear, and its eyes eventually just turn white. She puts it down.
Oh,
And 100. Here's your army, my lord.
uh,
Now can we go see Caleb?
yes, but we have to be prepared because the the dragon is there. She's dangerous.
Yeah.
But I've got
Well,
some
I guess if
allies
she's
coming
there,
to-
I'm gonna have to deal with her.
Oh. We'll have friends. Do you name them?
No. Takes way too long, and these things are barely sentient.
Okay. I think one way or another, we're gonna free the city tonight.
I just want
I
to see
think-
Caleb.
Yeah, I think he's okay right now, so far. He's sneaky. So I imagine she's not skeptical of him yet. Also, the Prince of Paris is on his way here, apparently. Killed everybody in his court, ate them, and is on his way here, but I don't know why. It's probably not good.
No, he wasn't supposed to.
What?
Nothing for now. He's not here, is he?
I don't know. I was just told he was on his way.
Let's just
He
hope he's
killed
not here.
everybody. I
Yes.
assume he's going to show up any time.
Well, let's deal with one problem at a time.
Is there anything I should know about this prince? I don't know anything about him.
I don't know much about him either. All I know is that he was not supposed to visit for maybe a long time.
Oh, a treaty or something? I guess. Maybe. I don't know how it works.
Caleb can explain it better than I. I'm not good at this politicking thing. I do my own stuff, you know? What's important?
Yeah.
What's self-reflection, introspection, exploring. I'm inward, Caleb's outward.
Do you think Caleb is making some kind of a deal?
Oh, he did. That was years ago.
Okay, I was thinking of a new deal, but what was the old deal?
Blowing up the Sabbat.
Huh.
Like I
That
said,
was him?
he can explain it better than I not complete. I don't.
I just
The
figured
way
that
I
was
see it
Valois who
is-
did it.
Sorry, Simon didn't hear.
I just figured that was Valois who did that.
What? No, he's
I don't.
that. He did such a poor job at being undercover that we all knew he wasn't one of us. We just fed him false information as a joke.
Really? Ha. That's funny. Hmm. Interesting. So, what does Caleb's deal have to do with the Prince of Paris?
That's where I'm not certain because Caleb did mention to Jimmy and I at some point that there would be some sort of like official ceremony or ritual or to make Caleb's vision of this place recognized by, or at least friends, I guess. Like I said, I don't give a crap. I just want to do my things. And if Caleb's deals can ensure that I can do my things, then that's good for me. Also, these boys, she points at the red, are on a very limited lifespan.
Okay. So, be careful. Be careful.
Yeah.
Because you're the one, all right?
There is a sewer access near the tower. It's outside, but that's where they're gonna come from. I don't have
Okay.
time to scout more than that.
Okay. All right. We're gonna make our move. Do you want to come with me, or do you want to go?
Said I want to go see
way
Caleb.
down? Well, we're going to the same place. I just don't
I'm
know if
not
you want to
gonna
go two different
walk in some
directions.
sewers before I meet with them. I'm gonna smell like shit.
Oh, okay. Well, we can walk up the top side then.
Yeah.
They probably won't let us in. We're gonna have to murder our way in.
Well, they'll let me in one way or another.
Okay. Let's go, yeah?
Yeah. You will make your way out.
I just make a, you have to do a bit of a ritual and call upon your ancestors to get your
Mhm.
aspects up, etc., etc. Those are all things you have to do because my aspects come from my ancestors, and I just make my little ritual so I can get my basics up. And as I call upon my ancestors, it's all very internal, right? As we're walking,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, in my mind,
Mhm.
Hetty,
There's no response, but you can feel the presence.
you said I should find another vessel. I think it's Stephanie. They say the elders command, the child inherits. And I suspect that she is the child who should inherit. Related. I think it is what children do for their parents, and what parents do for their children. So, I think she would be fitting. She can't leave the island. It makes sense. If there were a beckoning, then she would never be called away. Or she couldn't be called away. Hetty? I hope you're listening.
Your vision blurs. Find yourself in that cabin once again. Except now you're in a cage. And it's not Hetty that's in front of you. It's an older man wearing a riding coat over a linen shirt and a vest. It's kind of dirty, like the person has just been buried. He's got the pants that reach mid-calf, and then the high socks and the wicked toenails that look more like claws.
Hello. It's been you with me for a while now, right?
Weren't you aware of the
What?
She would make a fine specimen. You think 2 steps ahead, Dixon?
Well, when I last spoke with you, and you were Hetty, I thought something was a bit off. But if you're going to save the city, there was just something about when she said that she couldn't leave. I just had a tickle in the back of my mind. Anyway, I think that she'd be the one that would be useful for you if you're going to save the city. It's the way of things. It's how it
She is
works.
of the proper blood.
Say the truth is in the blood. That's what Hetty said to me.
I will try to deal minimal damage when I leave here.
Okay. Do you know what's happening in the city? 'Cause things are happening.
I see through your eyes. In fact, you see through my eyes. You hear through my ears. You walk with my feet.
Don't understand. Sort of
Mr.
smell
Lucky
like
Dixon, you are not no longer alive. Well, no longer unalive.
What do you mean?
You perished weeks ago. When you attempted your silly diablerie, which there is
Boy.
nothing wrong with diablerie from time to time, but it comes with its risk, and you were woefully unprepared.
But I didn't succeed, though.
You did. It's just Mr. Andrade ceased being Mr. Andrade about 2 months ago.
Well, that. What do you
I'm
mean?
sorry, 3 months. 3 months ago. I forgot. You guys were gone for a month. My bad.
3 months ago. That's not right. I spoke to him.
Yeah, I was there. And you got spooked about tremors in the hospital. Was the
So-
last time you saw Mr. Andrade?
But he betrayed Hetty, so I killed him, and then I tried to diablerize him, but it didn't work.
He would have never betrayed Hetty. There are things this Moon Clan member hid from me. I made a mistake. It all became fine in the end. I would say more than fine.
So I've been here in this cage the entire time.
Only so I can make sure I do not make any other mistakes. Your body is surprisingly strong. But you possess a cunning that I thought strong brutes don't have. I've looked at all the Bruja, the island.
I'm not a Bruja.
You're not a Bruja, you're a Nosebo, I know, spirits and all that. And this was very entertaining. In fact, You and your sire, or at least her more than you, seem to have been working on some fine experiments.
I'm
You
dead.
remember our offer?
You asked if I would find a vessel for you. I have.
And so you will not turn to ash. I don't know what will become of you when I leave. I've never been so magnanimous.
How much time do I have before I'm gone?
You're already gone. You mean how much time you have before you come back? I don't know. I could run your suit for a while still if I wanted. I'm in control after all.
Oh,
It's been this
that why I
word
have-
floating around the island a lot lately. Kaiju, I believe.
I don't know what that is.
No, you don't. But I'm like the thing that kills kaijus. A giant robot.
That's good then. Because there are bad things coming. You could save the city.
Well, I am the city.
Well, I swore to protect the city, so that means I have to protect you.
You swore eternal fealty to me one way or another. You will not be able to break that bond. This is stronger than blood.
Hey, I don't know why I would want to if you're the city.
See, like her. And you see the window of the cabin, sort of like the sea and the beach that were on the outside. They move, and now you see through the window, like you walking a few steps behind Stephanie.
That's... I've been in here the entire time, haven't I?
Yes, yes. He's very introspective. You do not seem to be that much. You would probably catch on quicker than you did.
Thank you, I guess, for keeping me animated for the last month or two. That's very kind of you.
I did not do it out of kindness. I did it because I had to stretch after 400 fucking years. Given that you murdered my previous suit. You know how hard it is to find someone whose mind is willing to accept greatness?
Sorry for that. He was a danger, though, so it's my job to take care of things that are dangerous for safety.
Yes, well, that's what you will do from now on. That and work on your white issue.
Thank you for letting me keep doing that.
Hmm.
It's a... To whom do I have the honor of speaking, by the way?
Back when my form still mattered, they knew me. It's Connaught the Magus.
Not the Magus. I'm Lucky Dixon. It's a pleasure to meet you.
I know who you are. I'll
Try
greet
to be
you
polite.
as a person when I see you through new eyes.
Hey,
She is perfect. For some time, I was afraid you would choose the other dragon.
Which other? Which other dragon?
The unhinged one.
Oh, Val? But that's not the way that, I mean, elders command and childer inherit. It seems only proper.
She commands her child. Her child wanted to inherit the island. Her child, after all, woke me up from my slumber.
Well,
You have him to thank for all of this.
well, I guess he did the right thing in the end anyway.
Hmm,
I don't
I don't
ever
know.
that, though.
I don't know if he did. Right now, he's going to meet with someone. But they're out of my sight. Whatever it is, I know what he wants. And to be frank, Mr. Dixon, just like you and your pet project, I don't care, one way or another. So long as you swear to me.
Well, I have sworn to keep the city safe, and I will. Always.
Good. Now, your vessel, my vessel. She is strong. She is strong-willed. Too much at the moment. When she exhausts herself, I will move. It will be painful, Mr. Dixon. He grabs the door of the cage with both hands and just rips it off its hinges. Throws it away in the cabin. For now, you stay put. When I leave, you can get out of the cage. I will do this once.
Hey. Just let me know.
Yes, I have to admit, I wonder what it feels like to crush a Camarilla prince with superhuman strength. Then again, I have so many tools I haven't flexed yet. It's been a while. Let's go, Mr. Dixon.
Of course.
Sorry?
Yeah.
At some point, you see two figures
Mhm.
walk on the sidewalk,
Mhm.
going towards the 1000 Gauchetière.
Mhm.
Dixon and the woman that was tied up to the cane statue. They're taking their time. They're taking their time. They're walking. You notice, however, that the people on the 25th floor, they've also seen them.
Yep.
They start hustling. They start moving.
Mm.
The curtains in the loft all close. Caleb remains exactly where he is.
Does Caleb
They-
look down at the Stephanie coming towards him?
He does. Well, he looks down, but they enter the lobby. Pause 2 seconds. Dixon and Stephanie, you enter the lobby. There's a very bored night watchman. He's got a little laptop set up and he's watching something, some comedy, and laughing from time to time. And then he goes, "Hey, the building's closed. Building's closed. What do you want?"
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas to you too. The building's closed though, and there are no
We're going
public
upstairs.
restrooms. But you can't do that. And then Stephanie
We have
just
a meeting.
Stephanie just goes, "You will call Mr. Duval." And he says, "I will call Mr. Duval." Then he takes the phone. And he dials up Mr. Duval. And when the dominate ends and he realizes what he's doing, she snatches the phone away from his hand and goes, "Caleb, lobby now." And then she has the phone and she's like, "We won't need to go up. It's not necessary, but hey, what's that over there?" And as he looks over, she just slices his throat with her nails. The guy bleeds all over the console. He was watching that Santa Claus movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's now unwatchable. Mostly a red screen.
I'm gonna push him off so that it's not so obvious that there's a dead body there. That's just pretty obvious.
Yeah. Thank you, Dixon. I didn't want to have any witnesses.
Oh, that's okay. I just don't want to have any witnesses. Anyone witness the body, you know?
Well, now we wait.
Might
He has 50 floors to come down, and knowing him, he's probably going to take the stairs. Pause. Lori. After they've entered the lobby, about a minute or so, Caleb takes his phone to his ear, back in his pocket, leaves the room.
She shrugs. He's now out of the picture. And she smirks back at Locke. He's like, "This is gonna be fun."
Luck is currently tying the scarf around his fingers.
Good for him. And she picks up the murder phone and dials Betty's number.
Yes, you had done that before. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, it's okay. We could put in that she saw this before she hit the phone.
Okay. Yeah.
Because she would have waited to see Dixon go in.
This is Betty speaking. To what do I owe the honor? Miss Winters?
Honor. Honor, honor, honor. Such a unique term for such a horridly tepid, foggy, fuming, vast hole of vomit that is a dragon pretending to be an overweight, out of shape, horribly tacky Toreador.
Ah, good.
And she's going to use Dread Gaze with Malpanene on the phone.
That is a use of Dread Gaze with Melpomene, yeah.
So
I
it's a
do-
rouse check for the
Yeah,
Dread
Dread Gaze
Gaze.
is in presence, right?
yes presence.
Yeah, it's presence, yeah, because
It's
you're,
her composure resolve versus charisma presence.
thank you, Composure Resolve. Well, can you make your roll? I will be right
And
back.
I have to
I'm
do a
still
rouse
listening.
check. I'm fine. Hold on. Wait, which one is it? Charisma presence. Oh, this will be fun or not. We'll see what happens. I'm going to re-roll because I saved that willpower for a reason. And
Yes.
I will do it again because I can't do this right now. I can't. Okay. So that's 2 successes. So it's not a bestial failure. It's 2 successes, so it's not a bestial failure. I mean, but technically it's not a failure anyways because it's an opposed roll, so it can't be a bestial failure the same way. But I have 2 successes now.
All right.
Oh, she's gonna succeed, but it'll be fun.
Where is she?
I give my sire a lot of resolve, not a lot of composure.
It's okay. Four successes. Cool. Most importantly, well, this is an important thing that she wanted to try and do and succeed at, but didn't actually. She's still looking through the scope. Can she see any movement?
Curtains haven't moved, and she replies, "You really think your tricks would work on me?"
No! But this will. Oh, by the way, you're not the biggest dragon on the island anymore, bitch. And she's gonna fire 3 shots through the window. To the general location of where she saw the fuzzy shapes earlier.
Make your attack roll with
Firearms and dex and the sniper rifle
dex, firearms, sniper rifle. However, because you're shooting completely blind,
that's fair.
There are high chances that you don't hit anything.
Oh, that's entirely fair.
However, I will say, if you roll 10 successes, you hit someone.
Oh, good. We'll find out how I do. So that's 6. Fuck it. I have a willpower reroll. Fuck this shit. Let's see what happens.
That's 9.
9. And I can't re-roll anymore.
No, but you could have roused the blood, though.
Oh, I could have roused the blood.
I'll let you do it.
If we were still in a coterie, I could have used my boot and rally, but we're not, and I'm not.
We're not. And you know what? If it's okay, I will rouse the blood.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can rouse.
Okay, so I am now a little bit hungry, which means I get another 2 dice.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
50-50.
No.
You make 10?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't. I made 10. I was right. 10. It's 6, not 7 anymore. Sorry.
All right. Then I will ask you to. Okay, wait, I need to. Okay, just.
At least I'm gonna blow out the window.
Just roll. I will ask you to roll a d3, but before you do so, is Val high or low?
Val thinks she's the top of the pyramid, but she no longer is because there's a bigger, scarier dragon on this goddamn island, so she's low.
Okay. And roll your d3, please.
Yes. We're gonna see what happens, y'all. 2!
I
have to do some. Okay. The cats are fighting again. Give me just 2 seconds if you can vamp for time for 2 seconds.
We'll vamp. Like you said low, and there's middle of the road, and there's 3 figures. There's
Mehmet, the prince, and Val.
And because it's the middle one,
it's probably the prince.
Is most likely Hilkers. Is most likely the man that you have been tormenting in all the petty ways that in this most epic of moments you have shot.
When I didn't mean to.
You had no intention, but you continue to ruin this man.
I mean, to be fair, yes. I will continue to ruin this man, and I
This
feel
is
it.
so
be fine.
Ravnos, it hurts me.
I don't know. Here comes Simon. He might change his mind about that.
Yeah, here's what we're gonna. No, I already had the list before you.
Yeah.
We did anything. But so now that we know that you've hit someone,
Mhm.
I'll ask you to make like an attack roll.
Yes.
Against. They don't have any defense. You can add. I just want you to roll like Dex, firearms, and the damage
Sniper
of the sniper rifle.
Okay, so that's
As if, and it's gonna be a difficulty 2. So, and anything above, is going to count as a
cool.
as extra damage.
So we get. Is there, because there's the specialty for sniper rifle and the 2 for firearms. Is there anything more for your sniper rifle beyond the general firearm?
Yeah. There's we look here.
I think it's damage
course,
too.
of course, the weapons are not in the page. Conventional weapons.
Well, of course not. Like any White Wolf product will make you search for everything.
I had the
I
page
know.
up because I was looking. It's like
Oh.
it's like 168 or something, but I have to relook.
168.
I left the page. That was my guess, but it's
No.
if you just search for Kevlar, you'll find it. It's a +4, I think.
+4, damn.
So
Thank you. I
tech-
For
got
sniper rifle?
Kevlar.
So-
Sniper rifle. Give me a second.
It should be like that category, like
Yes,
Claymore.
it's a +3. It's a +3.
Okay, so +3 plus
No,
the
because
specialization.
heavy gunshot. Like the +4 is actually a 12 gauge shotgun slug in melee.
Okay, so it's it will be +4 because she has a specialization in sniper rifles now.
Yeah, no, it's just the damage is 3.
3.
So it's a 3. I should say it's a 3 flat, right? Don't roll it. I'm sorry.
No, that 3 is added on to the damage.
That's it.
Because like you do the damage equal to how many more successes you have than them,
Mhm.
and then you get
Okay.
the bonus damage on top of it.
So you
from
just
the-
rolled without the +3 right now, correct?
No, I rolled
Yes,
the
'cause the-
No,
+3.
because I
Oh, 'cause
see
the-
it's just 1 die more than what you had earlier.
Yeah, because I added the sniper rifle.
Yeah, but so you took firearms plus dex, so that's 7 dice, right? 6
Firearms
dice.
plus
No,
dex
that's
should
5.
be 5 plus
The specialty you would get
Plus 1, so that's 6.
6.
6, and then plus.
So
So I added an
sniper
extra.
rifle
I
does-
added an extra dice because I have a
No,
note here
but-
about.
Yeah,
So I added
no,
an
Because the
it's
sniper roll
always
doesn't give you
plus 2
dice.
die.
It gives you auto successes for the damage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah. Plus 2. Okay, there's like a +1. That's cool.
Yeah, I must have put in the wrong.
Nah, it's fine. You got 5 successes minus +3 for the damage, so that's 8. 8 minus 2, that is 6.
She has
Thank
silver
you.
bullets if it's important.
We're not
Ow.
particularly weak to silver, but
But she's a.
let's do it this way.
Mhm.
Because I think it's. When I was upstairs, I heard one of you, I believe it was Pope, saying that you've been tormenting Hilkers the entire time he was here. And I guess, inadvertently, you keep tormenting him.
Oh,
Is completely out of the blue. They're discussing upstairs with what they're gonna do, and when is Val going to be ready for the ritual and all that, and she's just waiting to make sure that whatever upset lick
shows up here. They're gonna deal with it, and then they're gonna leave. She knows that Anat is close, so she's just waiting for him to fall into her trap. And then as she says that, Mehmet's head blows up.
I mean, she's gonna feel real good about that in a little bit.
And he just turns to Anna.
Can she see this through the scope now?
Well, there's like a
I mean-
hole where the bullet went through.
Yeah, right, like through
Where
the
the three
curtain.
bullets, yeah. And so, yeah, you keep tormenting Hilkers, as you've now killed his dad.
She's gonna take a minute and then hit read because she still has the phone up and she goes, "Damn, that felt really, really good." And she's gonna fire again at Hilkers this time intentionally.
By the way, after you've
Yeah.
shot once, the cop cars show up or
Oh, yeah.
begin to, arrive. The guys climbing are now roughly about the 30 some odd floor.
Mhm.
And you saw them stop, look around, and then go on faster. So now things are happening all at once. I just need to change music very much.
You're in the
Okay. So we're gonna do a mix of narrative time and turn based and all that. Let's go.
I want to know what's happening with Artie on the bridge.
Yes, we need to know.
Okay, so we're gonna do Artie first.
Okay.
Then in that case, I'm gonna slow the music down.
I love that at this moment where everything is going to shit, we are having the most Martin Scorsese meeting in this entire series, as it's between a cop that knows too much and like a high-end criminal on a bridge out of town in the middle of the night on Christmas.
You park
In
your
the
car.
headlights of a SUV.
Yeah.
Of a high-end SUV in a cop car. Like
it's not a squad car.
No, it
but
is a
it's
Ford Taurus. I know.
Yeah. And he's waiting for you. This man who's clearly overweight, but the type of overweight that was, guy used to play football before, stopped playing football, and then just kept having the. Yeah. Have you ever read?
Former tight end.
Yeah. Have you ever read the comic Spawn?
Oh yeah.
Okay. There's one of the policemen.
Oh, the heavyset guy?
Yes.
Not Twitch, but the other one.
What's his name? Yeah, it's Sam Burke.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
This is even more appropriate because I'm now going into like the Spawn animated series and just going like, okay.
I'm gonna put him up on the Legend Keeper in a moment. Now that you finally met with him.
Yeah.
Remind me again. Achieving an ambition heals willpower damage, correct?
Even inadvertently, yes.
It heals aggravated willpower damage, because the regular willpower damage you just get like at the start of every session, that's the desire, but like aggravated willpower damage, that's the ambition.
That was the most Ravnos moment I had ever seen. Like not even purposeful, just random chance.
All right. Yeah, I'll get back to that for in a moment. But here's the whoops. Okay, there you go. So if y'all look at the Legend Keeper, under the Mortals Police Commissioner Cohen, there's not a whole lot of info about him. Well, I mean, there's some stuff because I forgot to erase it, so oh well, just too bad. this would have been the secrets that Arthur would have learned. Had things gone differently, but yeah. Of course he's smoking.
Of course.
The only thing is he's got one of those like ugly Christmas ties.
Of course.
Wait, a vitally important question concerning the ugly Christmas tie. Does it have a button at the bottom that lights up and plays
Yes,
music?
yes, it's the reindeer, it's the Rudolph with the light instead of the nose. It has to be. It's the most dad thing. He says,
yeah.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Porter. Nice to
Merry
finally meet you
Christmas.
face to face, and not through photos or security cameras.
Fair enough.
The boys are in place to strike at the moment. Things are about to change, but
Good.
there's a project I've been trying to pass through management, get it approved. It's experimental. As it was proven in Montreal in the last 2 years, with the ample proof that you and your associates have provided, inadvertently maybe, but through your actions. I'll let you know I tried real hard to find out if what you did was to manipulate, to create yourself some sort of a group of cultists that would be indoctrinated through those community centers and everything, and yet couldn't find anything.
You have far more creativity than an old criminal.
And it might be because I'm in the Christmas spirits, but I want to share my plan with you before you leave.
Fair.
Because you've done a lot. Plus, who are you going to tell anyway? I propose Are you familiar, Mr. Porter, with the St. Felician Zoo? It's a zoo in Quebec. It's like up north in Saguenay. Basically, what it is, Arthur might not be. He'll explain real quick. It's like a inverted zoo. The animals are free. The humans are caged. I was thinking of turning Montreal into something like that.
So a sort of safari zoo, but with kindred.
In a way, yes. You see, some of you, like you said, despite being parasites, can bring some form of benefit. Like a tapeworm, I guess, and making people lose weight, and he taps his belly. It's dangerous. But people still do it. Now, when your numbers go too high, it becomes uncontrollable, and we need to come in and burn the infestation out. It's just a lot of good people lose their lives when that happens. And for one, I've managed to find whatever money you have, wherever it comes from, it's not any worse than any billionaire philanthropist.
No, I deal in less conflict diamonds, and I try not to play the market too.
So the plan that I'm trying to pass, he reaches into his car, grabs a beige folder out, puts it on top of his hood, slides it your way.
Open it.
Tell me
flip
what
through
you
the
think.
pages.
In essence, it's an experiment, right? It's an experimental plan that wants to basically have a quota in how many kindred can be in Montreal at a time. Any more than that, and they'll have to call the population down, like you do with boars or other stuff. Invasive species.
Thing is, we're not invasive, we're native. But the thing is, there's a difference between your native population and the invasive ones. That's your problem.
See, that's why, Mr. Porter. I wanted to meet with you after the holiday break, but I guess you don't care about holidays.
I usually do, but this year's been complicated.
Yes, and things apparently have been happening, and I have a lot of boys that I have to pay overtime now. They're not happy, I'm not happy, my accountant's not happy, and I get a feeling that the taxpayers aren't going to be happy either.
Oh, I'm certain that all of a sudden there's going to be a windfall for the local community between a number of donations and property seizing.
Do you see my... Thank you. I guess it'll come from you.
Well, some of it will come from me, some will naturally come from the windfalls of dealing with some of your problems, as all of a sudden certain properties will no longer have an owner.
Good to know. See, those are the details that we've tried time and again to extract out of the blank bodies like yourself. And yet, all the ones we found are either young, I guess, or kept in the dark about anything. I've never gotten my hands on an organizer like you.
For the most part, I'm not an organizer. I'm an outsider. I'm somebody who made his bones being an old criminal that knows the old criminal ways. And in modern society, a lot of it still works. But truth of the matter is, a lot of the old stories are true, but a lot of the old ones, well, they made themselves menaces to society, got dealt with in one way or another, or something weird's going on. Just don't go to the Middle East.
We've
But,
heard tales.
yeah, but one of the oldie and baddies is on his way. It's part of the reason I'm running. Because I'm okay with dealing with some bullshit, but a guy who goes through and eats his entire community in a night, that's too big a mountain of bullshit.
Yes, you mentioned a ship, correct?
Yeah, cargo vessel.
You
Coming
would happen
from-
to... Oh, okay, cargo. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cargo vessel coming from France. There should be only like 7 arriving in port around this time of year. So one of those contains a particularly nasty brute. Thing to know is there's probably also, because it's a particularly nasty brute, somebody is probably trying to take him out. So you want to know what you're dealing with, because on top of the cockroaches, there are natural predators amongst us, ones that specialize in dealing with our kind.
He takes a drag of his cigarette and goes, see, this is why I want to get this project through. Having someone like you, with the info you're giving, you would be an incredible asset. It's just the church is vehemently against it.
The church has good reason to be vehemently against it, because some of the members of the
Please.
church remember how they got started. That's the thing you don't know. You know how the Inquisition started? It was us.
Wait, are you saying that what the church says about you is true? Does that mean God's real?
There is a Jehovah. Is Jehovah as big as everyone says he is? Or did he just have a really good PR person? And the Romans gobbled that up while being sick and dealing with famine. That I leave to better scholars. But as for parts of the Bible is both mythology and a historical record. It's muddy, and a lot of people nowadays don't like studying context, so it gets even muddy. Like, it wasn't the Red Sea, it was the Sea of Reeds that got parted because of low fucking tide. But you don't hear about that because it wouldn't be so fantastical.
You talk about it like you were there. You're not that old. You're not biblically old, are you?
No, but I've talked to a few who were.
See, again. I have 2 questions then. I'll let you leave the island. I see you're childer, is that how you call them?
No, these are two individuals that are a threat to fucking nobody, that are relatively harmless. One barely feeds at all because the super youth are not really a problem for any of y'all unless they were a problem before they were turned. And as for the other one, well, certain curses make them far less of a problem than others. And some are just, well, some are harmless regardless, except if you piss them off or someone doesn't take care of them.
That helps. Would you say this plan could work?
It would need a number of amendments, but there's some good here. Because the thing is, you need to know your population of vampires. You need to know their movements, their habits. It's a lot like investigating a criminal organization. You need to know who the people who have control and whether they truly have control, and if they have a mad dog on their hands. If they're fine with keeping a mad dog, then you kind of need to watch the entire thing. But if they're more of a professional, if they understand vice and how to feed it and how to control it, regulate it, yeah, mafia, when they first came in, weren't a problem. It was the younger generations and influence from the outside that ruined everything. You need to have a certain level of morals, respect. If that's the things that you're dealing with, yeah, it's a lot of times it's a numbers game. And making it so that the population doesn't outgrow your native population of just normal folks. Also keeping an eye on who comes in, who goes out. Because sometimes they realize something got out of hand and they're bringing in their own version of pest control. In that case, leave your hands fucking off. But there are times it's more roaches moving in and you need to clamp down. What you need is informants.
And that brings me to my second question, Mr. Parker.
Yeah.
See, if I were to enact this plan, if I were to make it go through, I need someone who, how can I put it? I don't trust you,
You should.
but you've proven that this plan could work. You said it yourself. Yeah, I need an informant.
You need
seem to be,
informants.
for now,
Sure.
you seem to be a infinite source of knowledge.
What I can be for you is a consultant. I'm not staying here. I will give you means of keeping in contact with me, and I am more than happy to share information. It's becoming a new world.
You mentioned leaving earlier too. That's because of ancient dangers, correct?
That's because of a number of factors. The local community did not back me in any way, shape, or form. With the exception of a handful of individuals, some of whom are in that car, some of whom are still on the island, even though I advised them not to be. The majority of them pretty much told me to piss the fuck off after using me, so I don't really give a damn what happens. And the thing that made me, which is far worse than me, is on the island. She is a vengeful cunt who had more than the door your boy's putting down, because nothing would piss her off more than dying at the hands of a Moor. So, by all means, have another purge. Just keep in mind you're not going to catch them all. 1. 2, if you don't give them a place to run, you develop an entirely different problem, which is far more feral and harder to deal with and harder to cover up. You need to look at the art of war. Give your quarry a place to flee. Always keep a particular bridge open for them to get off the damn island. Try and, instead of kettling, do a sweep. That's the best thing I can say when it comes to hunting. Because, well, I've done a lot of that in my life. No, I can be a consult. What you need is to try and tap into the youngest generation. They are often taken advantage of by the older ones. They have an entirely different power set and outlook.
They're the ones that we have managed to catch more easily
Yeah.
than others.
But when you catch them, you go easy on them. You develop a relationship. It's like developing a contact. It's developing an informant. You let them get away with some stuff, nothing too over the top. Definitely not murder. Don't actually do the FBI mob thing. That will play out poorly. But no, like, they assault a couple of people. Were they great people? No, I might well just look the other way. Did they kill somebody? Okay, they need to be put down. But no, you develop a number of those. They will be your eyes and ears. Also, there will be the group that you actually want to cultivate natively. Because for the most part, their ambitions and their appetites are small. And you want to keep that. And as time goes on, I have a feeling the Middle East thing is going to become even more protracted. So the older, more asshole-ish of us will have our own reckoning to deal with. But that's the best advice I can give and still let you get back to your family and actually have a decent evening. But if you want to be in contact with me, pinkkitty34 at Gmail. You can get a hold of me there.
Not very secure, but
No, it's not very secure, but if anyone actually found out that conversation, who would believe them?
fair point. Thank you so much. He takes the folder, holds it back, puts it down.
You've got a very good
You-
start of a plan. And as for the church, well, you're already dealing with some dirty folks. No one's dirtier than the church. Find the right blackmail, you can twist Cardinal's ear right off.
He's about to say something, but you hear the radio in his car go off. Attention, all units. 3 shots were fired at the 1000 Gauchetière.
You want to tell your folks to not move in. That's the sound of the party starting. Let them deal with things, and when the screaming and shooting stop, take another 30 minutes. Take a fucking coffee break before you move in. Because either the baddies won and they're going to gloat and lick their wounds, or the goodies won and they're going to try and clean things up. When your guys move in 30 minutes later, if there are still bodies fucking everywhere and it looks like an action film after effect, you need to go hunting. If things are policed nicely, just take the night off, boys.
All right, everyone. Stay down. Keep put. We'll delay the fireworks by another...
Give it an hour.
An hour. Puts the radio back into his car. Says, I hope you're right, Mr. Porter. If these men die because you have lied to me, know that Pink Kitty 34 will be in the crosshairs of the Inquisition forever.
That's fine. But I probably just saved a bunch of your men's lives by having them not move in while the fireworks are starting. Because there's going to be a kaiju fight. And you don't want to be in the crossfire of that. You're dealing with folks that... I've used the phrase in a conversation not that long ago, and I'll use it again here. Tiny volcano, 2 villages tops kind of problem.
I don't
Your guys
get the
getting in the
reference.
it's an old one from Miami. But no, you're dealing with folks that aren't just the old kind of monster in the movies. You're dealing with monster in the movies that then went to Hogwarts and got a PhD in fucking with things.
He motions to the bridge and says, "We're free to go. No, this way goes north. You have to go all the way around if you wanna."
It's a nice night for driving.
Then, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. We'll be in touch.
As you leave, camera lingers for a moment. Picks the radio up. There's a voice. Fucking, it's like, "Sir, waiting an hour. This is ridiculous. We can take them. We have all the material. Everything's set." And he goes, "We're gonna putting Operation Nakatomi Plaza on hold. Like I said, you wait an hour." "But sir, the charges are set." "We wait. I've consulted with an expert. They said to go take a coffee." And we move back to the lobby before the Inquisition storms in.
Well, we're waiting for Caleb to come down,
Yeah.
apparently.
Caleb arrives. By elevator, actually. He freezes.
I step back because let them do whatever they're going to do, but I watch him carefully.
Stephanie freezes. I thought I had lost you forever. He goes, that's impossible, you'd be dead. He chuckles. Caleb chuckles. Who's with you? He goes, Dixon, Hetty's child. I remember him. A bit thick. But I guess you go through just about anyone. Get through to just about anyone. Mr. Dixon.
Don't speak to me.
Where were you? Talks to Stephanie again. Now, I'm going to paraphrase the rest, right? Until you want to interject. She tells him how, she woke up in Hetty's Haven, according to Dixon. She was tied up. There was a thing about, like a Sabat infiltrator in the Camarilla, and Caleb will confirm. They found traces of him, actually. He somehow got hold of an ancient, let's call it an artifact. Basically a Nosferatu Simichi joint venture. It's based on the skin dancer rituals of the Garu. A whole mess, but whatever. What's done is done. He asks where Jimmy is. He says Jimmy's home. Things are going to happen tonight. And I didn't want him in the crossfire. You know how trigger happy he can be. And then there's a pause. And Stephanie asks, what's the deal with Villon and everything? And Caleb will explain that the deal he made was to ensure his vision of Montreal would come to pass. His utopia where every kindred of, regardless of sect or clan, could live on the island and explore their own nature. It's a nodist paradise. But that he knew that no one would ever recognize that. And knowing that Villon was interested in a ritual that Strathcona had done years ago when he executed Villon's child, he knew that Villon was not quite interested in his child, more interested in the ritual. And he bargained that ritual that would basically stop the beckoning. So he is just as surprised as Steph to hear that Villon's on his way. Normally, he wanted to have time to set up things. And he did not. Things moved a little too fast. And the princeling that Villon chose, well, apparently was just they both knew it was a puppet, but essentially the puppet of someone else. And he was trying to act. But things kept escalating, and he had a lot of fires to put out. Something at which you would notice Steph chuckling. Vion was supposed to come in about a decade. Once there was like a community established, and he would put his stamp on it so that this would be recognized. The eyes of anybody in the world, Montreal would be a free city, but has the approval of the Camarilla, which means that Camarilla vampires would, not treat people from Montreal as the enemy. Of course, everything backed by Vion. Except he learned that recently from someone that Vion went batshit insane. And he thinks that's the result of the ritual. It could never be proven that this is what the ritual would do, because Strathcona died not even 2 years after enacting that ritual, so it was a shot in the dark. So now he has to deal with this. But the Archons became a problem. And then, the whole conspiracy upstairs became another problem. He knew that people would storm the tower tonight. He knew that hunters would make their way. They're not particularly quiet or secret. He planned on using this to clean up, as it were. But now that you're here, he says to Stephanie, maybe you would care to join me. I hear fire is a great cleanser. And she to add, yes, and apparently there is one dragon too many in this building. Caleb sort of looks in your direction, Dixon. Do you have Auspex, you have acute senses, right?
I've got heightened senses and ancestor
okay.
spirit. I've got both ancestor spirit and sense the unseen. Both
so
of those
you
are up. I've got some things.
Ancestors, is that Scry the Soul?
No, that's sense the unseen.
Okay. But with your heightened senses, he looks sort of over your shoulder, like in back of you. The entire lobby, half of the lobby is just windows. And you hear footsteps. You hear the, just that. You felt like that hum of the traffic. There's not a lot of traffic tonight. And all of a sudden, everything came to a standstill. And then the footsteps. It looks and says, they're here. Let's go. And he turns to leave. Stephanie turns to you and says, well, I hope you've got your answers. Are you coming or not?
Are you going to kill the dragon?
Yes, I am.
Then I'll follow.
And as you enter the elevator, it goes up. Just before we switch to Flory again. Back on that bridge. The commissioner is now on the radio, yelling. Who went over his head? He said Operation Nakatomi Plaza had to wait an hour. There are civilians inside the tower. Whoever is in charge of the Inquisition considers any civilians in the blast radius as acceptable collateral damage. He lets out a good old tabarnak, hops into his car, probably smokes like half a pack driving back home. There's a pile of ash next to Hilker's. He turns to look at the hole, and you, Flory, would see his eye in the hole.
Cool. Flory's gonna use him as a guide and shift to the left through the hole. And try and hit Val.
Since you're shooting blind like earlier, so same rule, firearms, dexterity, you're +1. And
she still has the phone in front of her.
Oh, she hung up. After you kill Mehmet, she...
Oh, if that's the case, after she kills Mehmet and she hangs up, she's gonna redial, calling Hilkers, because he called her to try and get the deal. So she's gonna call Hilkers.
You will see through the hole that Hilkers is like, I mean, it's a small hole, right? But
yeah,
he's moving. He'll pick up the phone.
Cool.
But yeah, your roll.
Dex. And then 1.
Dex, firearms, and 1. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So this should be correct.
Unless you rouse.
Oh, and then I rouse, but I'm not going to do that right now. 4 successes.
No, that's just another hole misses. You hear it though from the phone.
Yeah.
Hilgers. And he's like, You will suffer the wrath of the entire powers. You have no idea the power I wield.
That's nice,
trash.
weakling child. Go jump off a cliff. It's all you're good for. Piss in the wind, suck it up, and go suck someone else's dick. Because it's real obvious that dragon ain't gonna last real long. Although she might want to have a snack. And she's going to use Dread Gaze on him. Through the phone. Just to continue.
Alright. Let's
Charisma
see.
presence.
Who is he? Where is he? You changed the icon for Mehmet. Filters. Oh yeah, right. It's a resolve composure.
Mm-hmm. Question: does he get a penalty because I killed his sire in front of him?
Oddly enough, no, because it makes him even more determined.
Fair.
Because now he's next in line.
He's next in line to be a... How about 5 successes, Mother?
Yes.
So that is a success. And with Dread Gaze, it's not a crit, but it's a win. Vampires are unable to act other than their own defense for a turn unless they spend willpower to beat it.
All right. So, what do you want to do during that turn?
Oh, now she knows exactly where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Boom! I'm gonna shoot his ass.
All right. Let's see. Does he? Odd or even is in your favor.
Odd. I'm apparently rolling odds tonight.
He is going to burn a point of willpower to
That's fair.
Be able to try to dodge.
He can dodge firearms. Good
Just
for
beat
him.
his dodge, and if you beat his dodge, you get the plus.
No,
rate of the
actually,
damage.
he cannot dodge firearms. That's true because he doesn't have the. But there's a basic dodge roll anyway, if I remember correctly.
But I don't know if he can do it if he doesn't have celerity, right?
Yeah, if he doesn't have celerity, he can't
If you
dodge
don't have
firearms.
celerity and you don't have, if you're not already behind cover, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, he's
Firearms move faster than those that don't have celerity.
So it's 6 successes, by the way, with
that's
a
what I-
crit.
This is why you invest in the bulletproof vest.
he still gets dexterity and athletics. A pitched firefight between two attackers can also be resolved in a post-conflict. In both of these cases, modify the roll accordingly. But he doesn't have anything.
And doesn't he get a
doesn't have
negative
cover.
because he doesn't have cover?
Well, I mean, if he moves behind a curtain,
Mm.
it's not cover, but it's essentially you don't see him anymore.
Yeah. 6 successes, by the way, with a crit.
1. He's not very athletics.
So +3.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
basically,
5?
it's 5 plus 3. Oh, you don't need to roll.
Yeah.
It's a flat 3
No,
number.
it's a flat 3.
Oh, it's a flat 3.
Add on.
Yeah.
Add on. So that's 8.
So that's an
right?
8.
Mm-hmm.
Ilkers tries to move and is shot. Not dead, but close.
Because that's superficial damage, right? For vampires, that'll be like 4.
Yes.
I mean-
whatever.
She is using silver bullets. She always uses silver bullets when she's shooting vampires. It doesn't always work, but there are the ones that are susceptible to it. So it's just the assumption of a silver bullet is still a bullet.
He's still standing. But
He's
now we're gonna-
standing.
Well,
I'm
notwithstanding, he's still
He's still alive.
he's a Ventru.
Can I, for flavor, because she was going for the headshot, and he had moved, right, like just barely, or attempted to move. It's like she was going for the headshot, and instead she wants to shoot him as close to the heart as possible, the same way Mehmet did when he killed her when she was alive. For the poetic justice. of it.
Yeah, like the same place that. Yeah. That is entirely feasible. Where is it that he had shot you again? You said near the heart, right?
Yeah, because it was just enough that he thought she was dead, and then she wasn't, so Casimir could turn her. Oh,
So now
look!
the elevator is moving. The Inquisition is coming in. I have a question, Dixon. What did you ask the Anarchs to do tonight? Because you said you had a list.
Again, this is all part of the I'm coming in after everybody else is done to killing all their people. We'll come in later, but I actually don't think I'll be able to kill many people. So generally speaking, we're background. We're background. We're extras.
Yes, but I want to know who they're going after.
It depends on who Flory kills. So I cannot say who our targets are until after Flory's done with all of her murder.
If Flory sees the Inquisition getting to the top floor, she's gone, right? Like she will keep. She's gonna keep shooting until where she sees through the scope that Caleb and Stephanie are there. She's gonna pull back, right? And she's gonna look at Locke and say that the two of them have to go because the Inquisition is coming.
Well, you would see at some point Caleb, Stephanie, Dixon.
So Dixon, you're with them coming through the
The conference room down.
the conference room.
Basically, yeah, Dixon, you and the two others. Very awkward ride up 50 floors.
Well, I don't talk to him.
No, he doesn't
Just
talk either.
so you know.
He doesn't
Yeah.
talk either, and she doesn't talk either. So you reach the
I'm
top.
sorry. With the Die Hard references already, we need to either have the Girl of Ipanema play, or it is 2014. Either a Celine Dion Christmas album is playing, or it's Mariah Carey.
It's either, yeah, for sure.
To save us all, it's Celine.
You get up to the 50th floor. It's like it's been, like I said earlier, you know, very Spartan in decor. Looks like someone just took everything out. Caleb just points to a door. The stairs are this way. He stops for a moment about midway. And you would hear it too, Dixon. 3 gunshots going off.
What's that?
Well, I get the feeling that someone's already started the party.
After you.
He'll go up the stairs. As you move, it's only one story, but as you climb the stairs, Caleb will say, if the prince is dead, my role will unfortunately see itself minimized greatly. The prince is alive, I can keep them focused. You reach the top. The door opens. As it opens, there's another gunshot through the window. Hilkers is shot in the chest, falls to the ground. It's like, shit. Caleb, as you see Caleb's, the blind, close the blinds. And Caleb goes, Your Majesty. And he goes towards like a great mahogany desk that Hilkers had installed.
I will put my hand on his shoulder before he gets there, and I'll say, don't.
Caleb will whisper very faintly, "Trust me." And he's got more potence than you, so I don't think you can keep him in place.
Maybe. Depends if we want to do that, though. You know what I mean?
Well, do you want to hold him here?
It's a tense moment, is what it is.
Okay.
Right? It's that tense moment.
He just, so he'll whisper faintly, just a very, very faint.
I'm going to just dig a little bit into his shoulder, just so he knows that I don't trust him. And then I'm going to sort of like snap my hand off as if he had like shrugged it off, you know, so that it doesn't look like I just let him go, but that he shrugged me off. And I just look angry.
As Caleb moves to the desk, by the way, to describe the loft, right? It's separated into two sections by giant curtains. The first one is what we could call like a study, a very old school study. We're talking some sort of like neo-Renaissance type of style, like some mix of Baroque and other stuff. Kind of gaudy, but not too much. Like the prince dealt with someone who knows interior design and all that, but the prince still vetoed a couple of decisions. Caleb will move to the desk. Val will ask, who are these peons? And Caleb will say, reinforcements. And then you see him tap under the desk. This is Your Majesty. I believe there's a fault in the system. And Hilker's face goes even paler. He turns to finally face the two peons in the elevator. well, off the elevator, of course. And he goes, him, the hairy guy, he's with her. He was here to kill me. And Caleb goes, he is not here to kill
With
you.
who?
And can I do one thing
Mhm.
to add to this? Because I think it will be so wonderful. Not mechanically, because I don't really think it needs to be mechanical, but just for and I want to give this bonus to Trooper and Dixon for this moment. Because Hilker still had the phone and she was still on the phone.
Mhm.
She wants to use Malpamene to use awe in a negative kind of sense and shout through the go through the phone, use Malpamene through the phone, go, yippee ki yay, motherfucker.
Hilker's like taps the phone away as if, you know, you wouldn't. The farther away it is, the less he's going to. Is there a role for awe?
So awe is a free action, but it's a contested roll, and if I succeed on the manipulation presence roll, and he fails his composure intelligence, I can use presence to any skill involving persuasion, performance, or any other charisma roll. But if you're at your discretion, could I give that persuasion bonus to whatever?
I don't need to roll. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
No,
just
That's
but
why I'm waiting
if-
for you to do your stuff.
If need be, yes, you can have the bonus.
so do you want me to roll the manipulation presence?
You know what? No. It's we're on with the Die Hard references tonight. Oh. Sorry, voices. Tyler's leaving. So have a safe flight. As Hilkers repeats that, you know, Dixon is with her. Caleb.
Who are you talking about?
Ravnos, bitch.
I've not been in a coda with them for a very long time. You should get better intel.
When you say that, he turns to Caleb and goes, "You said what you said." And Caleb just says, "You are hurt, Your Majesty. Get up." And he like lifts him up. It says, "Let me bring you to safety." And you know, Ilgers tries to pat himself off. You notice that Val has taken a few steps back. And Caleb will drag the prince over to like behind the desk, as you know, use the desk as cover. And Hilkers keeps complaining about the fact that, you know, the bad intel is his fault and you were with him all along. Don't you think I have my own eyes? I know that you've been meeting with those neonates and that you've been undermining me since day one, that Carl Johnson warned him time and again, and he should have listened, and when this is all over, he'll have Val execute him. And at some point, Caleb just go, "I pen my resignation, Majesty." And he's just going to rip Hilker's heart out. Which is all the more easy because there's already a hole now. So he can just pluck in, grab the heart. Hilker's does not turn to ash. He's way too young for that. And then Val turns to Stephanie and you and say, "Alright, we do not have a lot of time. I can feel his presence here. He's in the tower."
And Dixon's just like, I guess that look that he has when he's like, I have no idea what's going on, right? Because everybody's talked about all sorts of stuff. And he's like, I don't know. There's that kind of frustratedness.
Mhm.
You know, Clabe said he was thick.
Inside the cabin, inside your mind, you see this happening. Connaught is watching. He says, "It is almost time. She is not strong enough. You chose a better vessel. I suggest you let them exhaust each other just a while so I can leave. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. I hope you survive. I could use a sturdy shield by my side.
Well, if you're a good leader, then I will serve. That's what I do.
He waits.
Don't worry. This will happen.
Straightens his coat, fixes his pants, like he's about to, like, I don't know, enter like a room with people. Or
Wait. I come over there and I just like brush off because there's a bit of like grave dirt on him. I just sort of brush that off so that he looks good. You look good.
I know. Outside, Stephanie, Val. Oh my god, I'm gonna conflate the two. Fucking Zimichi now.
Just let me know if Leon gets onto the island when that happens, because I imagine I can probably tell.
Or was that? Yeah, Val goes, well, don't just stand there, you two. Take place. And, Stephanie
Where?
glances at Caleb. Glances at you. Well, clearly
Where am
none
I
of you
supposed
want
to
to take the
stand?
initiative. And she's going to hurl a fireball
Oh,
at Val. So I need to play with myself for a moment.
The minute she sees a fireball coming out of things,
Which is why I need to roll. 'Cause,
Florian
yeah.
is like starts humming Great Balls of Fire as she packs up the gun, turns to Locke, and says, "And it is now time for us to go."
Oh, you're going to roll for Val.
I love this. Okay, what my roll?
Her sheet is now public in Legend Keeper. If you want to go see, it's the same page
Okay.
for Val, but there's a tab that you could not see before that you can see now.
Okay, so then start now. I'm not seeing a sheet.
I'm seeing
It
it.
should be called ST Info. It's a tab
Yep.
right under her name.
Yep.
It's
Oh,
under
there
her
we go.
name.
Yeah, there we
Yep.
go. I found it. Oh, hi, Mom.
So Mom's going to well, she has to roll Dex and Athletics. So she's going to rouse the blood. So if you can roll, it's gonna be a 5 dice in her case, Dex plus Athletics plus 2. And Stephanie is going to roll Dex plus Athletics, period. Plus Thaumaturgy. No, it's just Dex and Athletics. Okay, cool. Alright, Val needs to beat 7 successes.
He tries, but no, only gets 4.
She... Oh, yeah, thank you, Krellin. I was using the old pre-errata
Yes.
on the character sheets. Can you roll just an extra die, just in case?
Sure.
If it's a 10, it might...
Yeah.
Nah.
Nope.
Cool.
Nope.
Val tries to move, but she backs into a curtain. That, of course, they're all closed. The fire ball hits her. It's literally like a ball, like a baseball size flame. Dixon, I need you to make fear
Waiting.
frenzy.
Okay. I'm probably gonna fail. Let's see.
You use Connaught's stat because it's mental.
I don't have it, so I'll just do this. Fear Frenzy for fire is.
Yeah, if we have it in the book here.
Let's see. Fear Frenzy is 219. Looks like.
Why do I not have?
Fear Frenzy. Fear Frenzy. Slaking Hunger.
It's going to be under frenzy.
Yes.
There you go. Got it. Terror. Oh, it's terror frenzy, not fear. So for now, it's difficulty 2. Because you're just
like a
witnessing.
fireball's
No,
more
it's
than
because
that.
it's not an explosion as in D&D. It's just fire. And, you know, valves close, catch on fire.
Right.
Um,
Okay. I succeed.
All right. The curtains begin to catch on fire. You notice that Caleb doesn't seem very happy to be here. And while he doesn't run
I just
away
wait.
and he keeps his composure, he's going to move closer to the elevator. Val, despite it all, despite being burnt and freaking out, will begin to tear at pieces of herself. And in
I
the
wait.
process, sort of have these like bone spurs and armor, and she grows in size and she says, "I found you." And she rushes at Stephanie.
Take a step back.
Lori, you said something regarding the curtains earlier. The moment you see flames, you just ask Locke to bring you away?
She's like, we are now in the point where the other, and she will turn and tell him straight up, the bad Samish is on fire. It is time for us to run away.
I see. He lumbers towards the railing. Give gun. I see.
And she hands him the gun because she said that y'all is on fire.
Fire bad.
Time for us to run.
Where?
I hear New York's nice. But not yet.
Can't fly New York too far.
A couple blocks away is fine. Across the
Good.
river?
And he grabs you by like your clothes, puts you on his back as much as he can.
She's gonna hold on to him
It's-
and like, you know,
Well,
like
You
brush
also
him
have to
off.
remember, Florey's
I'm tiny.
petite. He
Tiny.
is not.
She's 5 foot.
Yeah, but he's not a mountain.
No, but
Like you're
taller
on his
than she is.
shoulder, but oh yeah.
But,
And he will take off and fly. He doesn't fly as fast with you on him as he
That's
did
okay.
when you saw him pilot. Well, not pilot, but patrol.
But the
Um,
minute they go to take off, she goes, "Shh, I have a secret too," and she's going to use Cloak of Gathering to extend unseen passage to the flying gargoyle as we leave this motherfucking island.
As you fly
So-
away. Yep.
I was just going to say somehow the gargoyle fandom is now pleased.
And she goes, "Do you have a cousin named Broadway?"
I know family. Sid.
I'm sorry about that. We should. You can join my family. We're very unique. We like unique people.
No, Tremere.
God, no.
No.
Ravnos? One. Wait, she would know what Charlotte is. Charlotte is
Hakata.
a Hakata. It's like a Hakata, couple Bruja. Oh, and that one really, really, really kind of crazy La Sombra. He's afraid of the dark.
Okay. Meanwhile, as you fly away, we now see shots being fired on the 25th floor. The Inquisition has come in, and they're now fighting with Flicker's security force.
Can I say one last thing as we fly away under the cloak of gathering? She'll use the cant that Dixon knew and say, they're coming up for you. Be safe. Through the phone. And then that's it. And then she'll drop the murder phone from the, as they're flying over the river. Just drop it in the river as,
It definitely probably kills a fish. Oh no, I'm dumb. There's ice. It probably creates a big impact.
Crack.
And crater, yeah. Like a Nokia meteor. Inside, Val and Steph are going at it. Val in her horrid form of bones and blades trying to slash at Val.
And I just say to myself,
Mhm.
to Connaught, just tell me when she's ready, and then I'll make the sign.
Are you saying that in your head or like out loud?
In my head. Just tell me when she's exhausted enough, and then I'll take care of it. I just need
how many successes did I get earlier? Yeah. We're just gonna do one more, Hope.
All right, another dodge.
No, this time I would like her to go with, just because it's like the fight in general.
And I pull out my phone.
You want her to attack?
In my pocket.
Yeah, do strength, brawl, plus vicissitude.
Okay.
Just gonna create a custom pool.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 successes on my end.
Would she rouse
that's
for
2
this?
10s, though. Actually, no. That's more than that. That's 5.
Oh, that's 5. Yeah, sorry, 2 10s. Don't rouse. She would be keeping her hunger in check a little bit. She needs all of her head for the ritual. Yasaku ritual.
4 successes.
All right. Val is on fire. Stephanie is cackling maniacally. Fire now spouting from all of the holes in her. Caleb by now has walked up to to Dixon's side, and he just whispers,
Dope.
"Isn't she beautiful?"
I said don't talk to me.
And that's when Connaught inside would say, "That's my cue."
Wait, and then I press the button on my phone. I send the text. I would like to activate. No, I have a phone. And I
Okay, you
press the
physically
text.
have a phone. Okay.
Yep, the one that Folly gave me, and I pressed the send button. I would like to activate. I would like to burn. Since there are only 5 High Clan vampires left in Montreal, I would like to burn my merit criticality incident, which
Mhm.
allows me to kill 5 High Clan vampires. I would like to kill Val, Vion, because there are only 5 left. Val, Vion, Samuel Armstrong, Philip Duchamp, Sierra Burris.
Van Buren is not in
Uh,
Montreal.
Then 4.
The
We've got
Anarchs.
people all over waiting. Rats, people. When
Oh,
that
yeah.
boat comes in, yeah,
Um,
I'll burn 4 of my 5 points to kill Armstrong, Ducharme, Val, and Vion.
you still have one left.
I have 1 left, but there are no other High Clan vampires in the city, as far as I know.
No, but I think you can keep it for later.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I would just like to kill all of them in a large coup.
The sewer grate manhole cover explodes outside of the 1000, and a sea of fleshy, hairless rats crash through the windows. Somehow force open the elevator doors and begin to climb along the steel cables. They're in search of prey. They're in search of food. And they start with the 25th floor first. If anyone's looking, you remember that scene in Lord of the Rings with the army of undead that washes over the army of Mordor? It's like that, except they're not ghostly, and it's disgusting. There's blood everywhere.
And I imagine rats at the wharf, because wharfs, rats,
The ship is not there yet, so I'll keep Vion for a moment. But don't worry, it's I have it. Those scared
friends,
mercs or inquisitors firing at the rats realize that when the rats explode, they spray acid all over the place.
Nice.
Which makes more rat explodes, which makes more acid. They're screaming in pain. They're calling for their god, their mommy. One of them tries to throw himself off the window and just hurts himself on it because those windows are kind of very hard to shatter. The rats are done. They begin to walk upstairs. On the 51st floor, Caleb is waiting next to you, said, isn't she beautiful? You press the button. And at that moment in your mind, Anna opens the door and leaves. Can you roll? Can you roll resolve plus composure plus humanity?
Okay. Evolve. Composure. Cancel. My humanity is my pre-Connaught humanity.
You pre-Connaught humanity. So, now we're not talking about him. You are allowed to rouse the blood if you want. To sort of like shield yourself. Steal yourself, before he
Okay. I will rouse.
I'm looking for a difficulty 8.
Okay.
10. I'm sorry, difficulty 10.
10. I will have to get a couple of criticals here. Resolve, composure, submit plus 3 for my humanity, and then 2 for the rouse. Difficulty 10. 6. No.
You will take 4 aggravated damage to be spread your choice between willpower and health. As the exit will burn through your cells, your brain, everything. So technically he would have dealt 10 aggravated damage total, which I believe would have killed Dixon. Oh, no. Oh, damn.
It
You
wouldn't
would have
have.
been left alive because of fortitude. Because you went and got fortitude.
Yep.
God damn.
By one. By one. I would
Um,
have survived by one.
Stephanie cackles and
I'm
then
gonna take all of it as physical aggravated, because if there's one thing about Dixon, he's stubborn. He keeps his willpower, but I will take the rest of the 4 as aggravated physical damage. But I do, in exchange, I do need to describe the grossness of what happens.
Oh,
as,
absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hear all the grossness.
Oh, okay. I'll do it in 2 times.
So excited.
Steph cacking maniacally on fire. She just throws like a gout of flame, like a flamethrower, and forcing Val to back off. As Val does so, Stephanie stops burning. You noticed she was levitating a few inches off the ground. Now down. Caleb next to her begins to look at his hands, tap himself. Steph, what's going on? Stephanie turns around and says, there is no Stephanie here. And Caleb begins to slowly disintegrate. And is horrified. Last words were, who are you? To which Stephanie replies in Connaught's voice, who says, I am the ancient. I am the island. We are one and the same. And with Caleb turned to ash completely, he will turn to Val and adopt his horrid form. That of a multi-armed shadow wizard.
The fucker in the temple!
Shadow Wizard Bunny Gang.
As he rushes at Val and begins to very easily tear at her like someone would just pick popcorn off a bowl, Dixon in the back is on his knees. His fur burnt in places, kind of like vitiligo. Vitiligo? Yeah, that? Vitiligo. Creating like a scarred pattern that doesn't really make sense. One of your eye vibrates and explodes in its socket. The wind is pushed out of you, and for the first time in a century, you feel like you're going to choke to death. You're on your knees right now because your muscles tensed up, turned almost to stone, preventing you from moving much. In your head, oh, you took only health?
Only health, because
so he's
because
not burning
Dixon is
any
stubborn.
precious memories away permanently.
No. Dixon is, if there's one thing, Dixon has always been stubborn and more cunning than Caleb thought he was. So I just took all that as health damage. Because, you know.
Then on top of that, I will say this. When he escaped, your ribs
Through my body.
opened
Yeah.
to your body. to leave him. There's like a gaping hole where we see your organs, blood spilling. You can barely keep it in check.
Yeah.
And yet, you're alive. Well, unalive. Elsewhere on the island, by the way, a black businessman with round glasses is sitting at his computer, working on some form or other. There is a knock at his door. He gets up, goes open the door. He doesn't even have time to say hello. He is shot point blank with a shotgun. He falls to the ground. And you see the blue-haired anarch who just shot him walks closer to him, shoots the second slug into his head. The other one was Ducharme. I think Ducharme is currently high off his rockers with a bunch of his friends, his pals, his ghouls, having a good time.
For how much longer?
Someone
I'm
knocks
just
at the
asking.
door. He just goes, "Who is it?" And the door is kicked open. Numa, with fur bristling claws out, says, "The revolution." And him and the other two anarchs just go to town. The rats made their way up to the last floor. And as Val tries as best she can to survive, they just willingly climb up on her and explode. One by one. It affects, in a way, Stephanie Connaught. But he doesn't seem to care. Now, this normally is where Chaos of the Night would end. I have a couple of scenes, and you have one last scene each. It's your epilogue. But I'll start with some events that for sure will happen.
Can I just say that up there, I just text Folly and say, Caleb's dead. Tell Nina. Like, that's all I got.
The cops will find explosives planted in the basement of the 1000 Gauchetière. They qualify it, they call it a failed terrorist attack that would have seen not just the tower explode, structure underneath, thus destroying part of the subway system as well. The blast apparently would have destroyed things almost like half a block away. In the next few years, the cops will be given a shit ton of money to protect the city. As far as the commissioner is concerned and the Inquisition, commissioner loses his job as he was found to have conspired with vampires with blank bodies. In exchange for all the info Arthur gave him, except the way to contact him, they allowed him to walk away. One way or another, one of his vampire pals will one day just bleed him dry. The commissioner still believes in his idea and will eventually seek Arthur out. The ship on which Zalmati and Prince Villon are located will eventually reach Montreal. Except you see, there's something in the rules. It's kind of about like your humanity, how early in the night you wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Zalmati has more humanity. Zalmati's not dumb. When he hopped on the ship, he searched it, wants to make sure. You know, where can I eat? Who can I eat? Can I do? What is this weird container that has way more security than the rest, and it's disguised as just the normal shipping container? But Zalmati can't kill Villon. There's not enough time between him waking up and managing to, after almost a week, he gets the hang of the security systems around the container. The entire crew of that ship is in the prince's pocket. Can't quite kill Villon. But what he can do, move the container. Move it so that, you know, when it gets to Montreal, container is in plain sight. He can either dump it into the river or, you know, call Flory. It's my turn to deliver some HelloFresh.
You don't answer your phone for a week and that's what you go with?
There's no signal on the Atlantic Ocean.
Bullshit.
And I don't have a satellite plan. You know that.
We are fixing that. Honest to God. We are fixing that. Oh, by the way, I have a new friend for you to meet.
Nice, bring him over. We'll have a barbecue. Though I think
It's
the
really-
meat's a little expired.
And she kind of
Rotten.
like looks at Locke, is like, can you eat meat? Hell no.
Only rocks.
Yeah, he can't eat any meat, only rocks. So you should bring us a nice big fat one, shiny, at least 3 carrots.
Salmari laughs.
I have an idea of how to deal with your little French problem.
By the time the ship gets to port, Flory and Locke are attending the barbecue. They're not the only ones. There's about 42 rats just clinging under the pier, just waiting. You have sensed beast, Flory, so you would have sensed all of them there.
Yeah, but she also knows that they are not normal, and she knows that things that happened, and she can make assumptions about what happened after she left that room, or her perch more accurately. And she's like, I don't need to know. And she just looks, like, is she, as the ship comes in and she can see Zalmati, she looks at him and in Arabic, but in their camp, because they have literally these 6 months have been the longest that they have not been together in 70 years. It's a little awkward. So she's like, so they really know each other very well. So she's in their private camp. She's like, just open the door and let the rats have him. And then she turns and come along. I'll introduce you to a new member of the family.
There's actually more members of the family when you turn around.
Oh,
There are 2. Yuma and a probably like 15-year-old teenager at most, who seems very uneasy here.
She looks at the kid and then looks at Yuma, raises an eyebrow and go, "You did not."
I don't know what you mean. Remember when I hired you to get those Inquisitors off my back?
Yeah.
Yeah, my time to get something off yours. Who's that? He points to Salmadi on the ship.
Personal. You don't need to know.
Um, we have to vacate the premises.
And she kind of gestures to the right and goes, "No shit."
Yeah, quickly. And
Well, come along. Like everybody else. Why am I always? And she starts walking and talking, and she's like going off in very loud French, in that very angry French woman kind of way, is like, "I did everything. I had to arrange everything. You couldn't make the traffic on time. You couldn't get the ship on time. I sent you money." And just like, if anybody was overhearing, it's just this French woman rant about the failure of all of the men in her life to do anything right.
There is one person who stays on the pier. Kid. And he waits
Yes.
for Villon begin opening his container as like you hear the locks open. And the kid's by the door, just waiting for the container to open on the deck of the ship. Villon, Prince of Paris, 4th generation vampire, wakes up from torpor, self-imposed torpor for a week. He's famished. He's weak for a 4th gen. He's the perfect prey for the Krynos in front of him. And the kid, Yuma's nephew, has the best birthday party ever.
And she will, as they're walking, because she has the sense beast up and she can feel what's happening behind her, she will then just kind of look at Yuma like, "Really? Really? If I had known that this was a thing, I would have brought presents."
No, we're not staying.
She goes, "No fucking shit."
This, by the way, was only possible through all the rolls I've had you roll earlier. Of how people could help. No, Yuma is you know what, Krellin? Ask the question next week when we do our like postmortem and
Finals.
stuff. I would love to talk about it, but we have already busted by a lot. So I will leave it to the 3 of you. I want to know, unless you want to do your epilogues next week and have like a week to think about it. But okay, I would like to know, and we'll do it a la old movie. You know, when the credits roll and we see just a still frame of you and like a subtitle of like, and Flory, blah, 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 blah. So what is it? Where can we find you in a few years or in a few months? What have you
You
become?
have to tell us what the city's like, though, first. Before we say, you have to say.
That would be very intelligent of me to do that. Conrad is in control of Montreal. Conrad doesn't give a damn. To put it in modern terms, Conrad wants to play The Sims. He's interested in the people. 400 years stuck living as the island, feeling, hearing, seeing what everyone can feel, hear, see. He's just tired of being the witness. Now he wants to play. He shapes the city according to his whims. On the surface, there's not a whole lot that changed. Underneath the surface,
anyone with any thaumaturgical knowledge mysteriously disappears. The amount of occultists on the island, kind and kindred alike, multiplies. Though no one's casting blood sorcery magic. No one's doing any of that. Connaught requires a tithe in blood to sustain him. Each month, well, each day, one kindred or another has to pay their monthly dues to the Lord. Other than that, Connaught is very old school. We're back to how princes ruled their courts in the Middle Ages.
He's a voivode.
Yep.
He is a voivode amongst voivodes. Yeah.
And all he's interested in is knowledge and sometimes making people do things that might not even make sense necessarily. You know, have an entire condo tower built somewhere and demolished 2 weeks after, just because he can. There are symbols that he asks people to place around the island, to draw either as graffitis or carve into places, who knows. He is constantly fighting the beckoning. But so far, so good. For all intents and purposes, the Camarilla treats Montreal as still having fallen to the Sabbat. Simichi's in power. Yuma and his gang have their own fiefdom. He saw the Anarch revolt. Connaught was there, young, but he was there at the time. And he turned Sabbat, so of course he agrees with most of what they stood for, what they wanted. But at the same time, Connaught does not tolerate those who cross him. And his justice is swift and deadly. Be it kind or kindred, anyone who thinks that they can contradict the new prince, that doesn't fly. And just because he can, every night, Connaught spends a few hours walking the island that he was imprisoned in for so long. That's it. That's Montreal now. A strange a strange occult capital, or mecca, if you will. Except only for those that Connaught deems worthy or trusty. Dixon has a role akin to a sheriff in the town. Oh, there's one thing, though, that Connaught does enforce. It's the masquerade. It's the one rule. Because the hunters are itching to figure out who's the new head vampire. But so far, so good. I don't even know if the three of you are still in Montreal. Well, Dixon, you have no choice.
Why would I go anywhere?
I don't know. Why would you? As far as researches into Bardo go, it's dead end after dead end. Unless something happens in your epilogue, but in Montreal in the notes that were left, the wee bit of info that Jesse could find was that Eddie was right. And there is a way to alleviate the curse. It's the promise that the fourth angel made to Cain, if you believe in that. It's basically the way out. It's true. It's been achieved 6 times in the history of VampireCon. That's all she manages to get, unless someone diablerizes her. Like she asked. But who knows? I'm going to leave everything up to the 3 of you.
I have a feeling there's some significant things that the other 2 are going to be doing. So let's get the more mundane out of the way. So after the unpleasantness, immediately thereafter, like for I want to say 2 weeks, Artie's in New York with the boys. He would have contacted Flory to see just, is there a Montreal to come back to? And probably hearing the change of management, Artie will drop the boys off, but he does not cross onto the island. He will ask a few favors and try and get Jade off the island. He made an agreement to teach Valois' child, and if she's still alive, he's going to.
She's
think-
too young a Tremere to be a problem in Connaught's eyes.
And I think if you had mentioned it, Flory had promised that she had promised both Yuma and Valois, they wanted somebody off this island, she would move them off this island.
So
Valois laughed at her. Yuma considered it. So if you ask her to, she'll get Jade off the island.
yeah, no, he'll take Jade, and he ends up back in the old country. And he's pretty much on a unfortunate, honor-bound occult tour of the old country, introducing this young Tremere to a bunch of those that are left, old Zim, teaching her culture, the mundane folk arts, which is what Artie mostly knows, and then introducing her to the people that made the terrible, terrible agreements that allow them to practice Khaldun-ism. Hi, do you want to sell a part of your soul? Here, let me introduce you to Crypt Keeper number 2000.
Peep show.
Don't piss him off. Actually, I think it's them now. I think they stopped being male about half a century ago. But yeah, no, but they'll teach you. You just have to do a lot. I'll be here if you decide that this is a bad idea. But pretty much going through a tour of Europe. And then once that child is educated and done, I want to say that's like a 2-year process of Artie inflicting the rest of the dragon kind upon this poor Tremere before she's finally done with it. That Artie ends up in Egypt. And if allowed, is going to try and make things up to a very certain someone by researching into the children of Osiris. Spending some time in Cairo, being respectful, out of the way, and out the fuck of politics. And just like also reconnecting with the old family. It's just like, okay, I made a lot of the right choices, but I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and wait. Doing a lot of research with the few children that are left, probably in Alexandria, Cairo, listening to them, but not partaking, because that entire self-denial thing, yeah, no, not with my origins. That's not gonna work. But yeah, no, just touring around and probably just finally like I am at least a couple of baseball fields away from wherever the things are happening, so I get to hear all the stories.
Mm-hmm.
And I get to see all the weird shit, but I don't have to participate. So I think that's Artie's ride off into the sunset. And if the commish ever gets in contact, it's like Dracula came from somewhere. Here, let me update you and see if you survive any of the other kindred that are going to come knocking on your door. But here, as he was wanting to do with Diane, he gives them practically everything.
Commissioner will not be murdered over the course of his normal mortal life.
But no, just like, hi, I'm going to give you Vampire Lore 5 and a number of specialties. This is your burden to bear. No one will believe you. And just be that Southern American expat in Egypt, wearing the same hat, wearing the same terrible Hawaiian shirts, linen shorts, sandals, and just part of the cafe scene in Cairo and Alexandria. Once the sun has set, he is there hanging out with the old guys, playing backgammon, reading papers, and just having himself a blast, and then occasionally sending nondescript packages off to Montreal.
Who's next?
You or me, it's up to you. If you prefer to go first,
You
next, or
go.
last.
You go.
Dixon walks with Stephanie Connaught with her when she goes walking to keep her safe.
It's the as a Simichi, it's been the whole body has been rebuilt. It's Connaught.
We'll walk with Connaught as he walks through the streets of the city, just to make sure he's safe and that no one does anything, but also just to talk about whatever he would want to talk about. And he would, as he was charged to do, keep Montreal safe. He would make sure that the kindred of the city are safe, that the city is safe, and that Connaught is safe. And that would make him happy. And he would go into preparation, study, trying to find the proper rituals, because he knows he has to prepare himself to do the dabblery of Hetty, but he knows that there are rituals if you want to do this right. You need drumming, you need singing, you need to prepare your body and yourself in order to do this. And it will probably take a few years before he is prepared for such a ceremony. But there is time. Until that time, he has a leader to protect and advise. And he meant it, right? He's been looking for a good leader for some time, and he has one now. And he is content to fulfill his role and to do his duty as the Osebo for the king. Sometime in a few years, that dabbler may happen, but he has to do a lot of studying of his practices in order to do that properly, because you cannot take on an ancestor spirit unless you are cleansed and ready.
But does it happen?
Probably in a couple of years, once he gets his humanity high enough that he has a chance of actually succeeding. Because
when you do it
at humanity 3, he does not. He would never be able to make that past that role. So he would have to. He has to go through a cleansing process. He would actually want to make sure he had he'd want to do the actual ceremony with drummers, with dancers, with singers, right? So he'd have to track down. This is part of the process to get there. He'd have to track down people from Africville and sort of rebuild that so the ceremony can happen.
I've got one question for this epilogue's over for Vixen. What does he do with Montreal Nord?
Well, this is part of the process, right? It's part of the process. He has to get the people for the ceremony. So that's his first motivation. But in that process, he has to help rebuild that space in order to get the people who can do the ceremony. And it'll probably take a couple of years for him to get his humanity up high enough that he could actually do the dabblery. But in that process, he's rebuilding Montreal Nord. Right? It's sort of like that. It's like it's the reconnection with that community in order to do the thing that he wants, but that reconnection then also helps change him to get the thing that he wants.
So in rebuilding that community, he helps rebuild his own humanity.
So that he can then dabbler us.
I know it's weird, but that's what she wanted. Which means that in a couple of years, not years IRL, but in a couple of years in game, where you could add Dixon's character sheet, he has Bardo at one point. That was the culmination.
I'll take that animalism, the blood sorcery, all that stuff. I'll take that off my character sheet because I feel like I don't have that anymore.
Yeah, no, you don't. You can go back to your old character sheet.
Yeah. I'll just take the,
yeah, the protein and all that shit. Yeah.
I'll just take that.
But yeah, you
But
have
I wouldn't
what
stop.
took Hetty her entire life. Yeah.
Even if she's gone, it would be part of my mission to save. There are a lot of whites in Montreal, right? Starting with my older sister.
Through the memories of her that you absorb, you'll realize that that's the conclusion she came to. Was she will never be able to finish it, especially given time constraints and Night of Ashes and everything. But also, it takes almost an eternity, and she was getting tired of everything, and it weighed on her, and she felt like it would basically sabotage her. And so in the end, she made sure that she would survive in a way. Her plan was not to become a white. Her plan was actually to get you to come to Montreal at some point and take on her spirit. Similarly, eventually someone will have to take on yours and keep the thing going.
So there are long-term plans about finding someone who could take on the role of protector. But that will have to be later, once the community is rebuilt and the rituals can be done properly. But there's a wonderful leader in charge of Montreal who will allow it to be so. And honestly, he's feeling really good. He thinks Connaught's great. He is very happy that someone is there to take care of the city in a benevolent
Connaught, just for everyone's edification, by the way, Connaughts think of Dixon as like a golden retriever.
Yeah, no,
We're friends.
Connaught in my mind is well, he is Zim, like he is just 3 steps away from Count Orlov, at least in my mind. It's like if Count Orlov could, sculpt the face and body as opposed to just leave with what he had, but the same level of I would like to eat the script, girl.
We're friends. Like, we're buddies. We're pals.
Of
Like,
course.
He trusts me and he likes me. It's good. I feel really great
but
about
it's just like the golden retriever and the overly goth friend. Perhaps Visigoth.
Yeah. Ostrogoth?
Perhaps. It's just I know with him on the island, Artie never sets foot there again.
Yeah. But, Dixon continues to connect with Melvin, with the people from the kindred from Montreal that were the community that matters, right? So he stays there. And I feel like in his perspective, everything is great because he imagines a good relationship with Connaught. But, that's a whole nother thing. 10th gen and Connaught's 4th, or whatever Connaught might be, probably just a slightly different
Connaught
vibe.
is... I don't think I have his gen. What I do know is that he was already a vampire in the 17th century.
Mm-hmm.
And even 16th century. He is he's like from the 15th century or so.
Okay, so he is likely like 7th gen.
No, except he did a lot of Diablo.
Never mind.
Never mind.
I think he's about the way I had done it was you're 12th gen by default in Dark Age, I think, and then you take the background 5 times, you become 7th gen, and then he Diablerized twice to boost his gen. So he's 5.
5?
Yeah, not 7, fucking 9.
We're pals. We're pals. It's nice.
So what happens with Flory?
So immediately after leaving the docks, Flory will take Yuma and Zalmadi and get them off the island. Leave Zalmadi leave her contact information with Yuma if he ever needs her again. And she, Zalmadi, and Locke leave Montreal, leave Canada. She will meet back up with Casimir, introduce Locke to Casimir, and be like, "Hi, Dad. I brought home a friend who can use your guidance on how to be a real boy." And he like, "Here, go, have fun." And introduce Locke to the rest of the liberation movement that they are part of. And probably split back up, head back to the Middle East, because apparently there's a bunch of things that are going on there between Jordani, and the Banu Hakim and other things that are happening that
Mhm.
it's obvious that their talents are necessary there.
You'll see that the themes from Montreal seem to repeat in the Middle East. Another elder evil hidden.
Yeah.
This time it's Urshulgi, but he got out.
Yeah, she's just like, look, and when she discovers that, she'll just have this entire rant in Arabic and Romani back and forth between the two languages about how men in her life fail her, and obviously the women should be taking over. And she'll just call all of the aunties that she knows, like pick up at, you know, that scene in Practical Magic where it's the phone tree activation and all of the women start showing up. She's like, they let him out. They can't do shit. We're going to have to fix this problem because I'm not turning into a Roman candle because of this shit. And probably keep going with moving around internationally. When Artie, you know, she would help get Jade out of Montreal to Artie. And then when Artie finally settles in Alexandria, he would start getting pins. You know those little pins you get at tourist trap
Oh yeah.
stores at various cities that are like little enamel pins for like various, you know, important thing, you know, touristy important thing for this city, you know, this is the symbol of whatever, this town, village, whatever. He would start getting those sent to him. From wherever they happen to be traveling at this point across Europe and the Middle East and probably into Central Asia as well at certain points, depending on how things go. And she would send not postcards, but very short, pointed letters to Dixon that were all never in the same place from where she picked them up. So they're all like little note cards, little notepads from various hotels across the international, but like it would be like the Ritz in Cairo, but the postmark on the letter is from Liberia, right? Like it's all like that. And she sends him just little notes about stuff like, hey, thought you could use this book today. Giordani says that Hetty liked this, and just like sent, you know, it's like, here are some, I saw these earrings. I think I think you could work with this, you know, and just like little stuff like that. And be like, and then at the bottom of all of them, she writes in the same note on all of them. For in this like the dash mark kind of notation that they kind of created. That says, if you ever want out, I will get you out. And we don't know what happens in the Levant when they finally go there. And I think that would be the point at which communicate, you know, if they survive what happens in the Levant, you would continue to get those little messages. If they didn't, it would just stop.
We'll have to wait for Paradox to release what the hell is happening over there. But on that note, we have to go. It's 2:15 a.m. This is a lot overtime. I knew we would bust. In my mind, I thought we would finish like maybe half an hour ago.
Simon, it's a finale for a game the
I know.
4 of us have played together. We haven't beat the 8-hour mark. We're still only at 5:45.
I know.
I think we're doing okay.
Actually, in truth, for the few times that we actually went short, this is just the makeup time.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah. It's just I have to get up early tomorrow and looking here at less than 5 hours of sleep.
Well, let's wrap this up.
Yep. Like I said last week, everyone, we will be back next week. We'll do an informal. I don't want to use the word postmortem because it's not really that, but it's more of a behind the scenes. A
Inside
talk
the
show.
RPR studio?
Yeah, basically, yeah. a talking head kind of thing. And if you have any questions in chat, I know that Krellin posted a couple things earlier, and I'm like, I'm gonna talk about that next week. So if you want to know, how things were originally supposed to go according to Caleb, or what happened to XYZ and all of that, and if you have questions about the characters, about the players, we'll go through that. I'll let you all do your outros. I'm keeping mine for last. We'll do the same orders we did the intros, so hope you start.
Yeah. Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internets. If you want to see more of this silly face, you get a couple opportunities throughout the week. Coming up next is at, I believe, 8 p.m. Eastern over on The Lost Caravan. I will be taking part in a 2-shot of Lancer this Friday. Come see me play someone who earned the call sign Night Owl, as most pilots do through some unfortunate event, piloting a mech named Paper Cut. So that'll be some fun. And then on Sunday, you can see me over on Practical War Thesmophoria, 8 p.m. Eastern, as we have what is scheduled to be the penultimate episode of Mass Effect: The Gathering Dark, but maybe the finale, given that they're fighting a Thresher Maw. So,
I would also like to extend this argument. It's a Thresher Maw on Tachanka, not just a normal Thresher Maw that's anywhere else in the galaxy, but one that's on Tachanka.
Y'all just have to distract it. You don't have to kill it, but we'll see how everything goes. And then be back here Monday for so many questions. I have so many. I hope you bring yours as well. Like Krellin, Lysander, Critwitch, all of you. Like, this is one of those times where get in the Discord, write out the thing, so even I can I can contemplate and get either add on to your question, which is the most likely thing to happen, or help to get ready to answer said question. And thank you all so much for being here for such a long time. This story has been ongoing. It has been an absolute labor of love. I will do the full showering of love and the crying next week, but I will this week give just some very quick love. First we'll go with Flory. We're going to go around a very specific way. First with Flory. Again, the stereotypical Ravnos in not the stereotypical way. If you have done nearly any reading on that clan, the very paradoxical nature of their vengeance was literally on display tonight. Like, the intent was to shoot Val. The result was the death of a lifetime enemy. The intent wasn't revenge. The intent was protection. But revenge was gained in spades. And you can't write this. Dice tell stories, and amazing people do. And Flory has been incredible and just a pinnacle of what that clan is, and in many ways should be. And then, Dixon. Only Dixon could fuck up a Diablerie and not be annihilated.
I have a lot to say about this, by the way, because this is a percentage of a random happenstance.
Yeah, no. Only but only Dixon, only the most stubborn vampire to ever fucking exist, would just hang on by some mystical happenstance and then have the opportunity to expel the soul of another vampire and suffer no mental trauma from the entire event. Instead, just taking it on possibly the most abused corpus of any vampire in history. I have never seen a vampire take that much aggravated damage time and time again, and still, like, we like to refer to Gangrel as cockroaches. Gangrel don't got dick on Dixon. As he has, like, we all thought we were seeing a kindred self-destruct. That is not the story we got. We saw a kindred who became unmoored, and despite everything, the Vizier was never Artie. The Vizier was always Dixon. He is the man next to the throne. He always has been. And until it is the time for him to pass on and give to the next generation, he will be that individual by the throne. And then Simon. I am floored by the number of things that were just throughout this entire story surprises. And like genuinely shocked in places. And so hats off to you. And as I say, to a very precious few storytellers that I have ever shared a space with, I will say this before I sign off. I love you, Simon, and I hate you, Simon.
Thank you.
And to all of you, thank you all so much for being here. The story is nothing without its audience. You are much a part of this as well. Take care of yourselves, one another, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Pope.
So I get to follow that. Hi everybody. First business, then other stuff. I have been your friendly neighborhood Ravnos, at Deirdre on Twitter, Praxabarthesmia4 see me around here on Twitch, Prax the Bard over on Instagram, Hive, and Blue Sky. Yes, Saturday we will be back with more book club because I have a bunch of things I want to talk about. Last week we did not have book club because I was babysitting my 15-month-old niece, and she decided that she was very helpful in making of the pizza. In just a very messy way, but very helpful. But we'll be back on Saturday for more book club, more talking about books and fun things, and I have a couple other things I'm going to throw out next on Saturday. Sunday we'll be back for the penultimate episode, or maybe the finale, depending on how we survive a Thresher Maw. I mean, we got out of the kill box mostly okay, except we let Tazik have a flamethrower. That seems to be a problem. I don't know how that's going to go. And then I'll be here on Monday for the full-on inside the RPR studio breakdown of everything, because I have points and questions and things. But as for love for tonight, and I'm going to do what Pope did and just keep my focus for love specifically on tonight, and then more emotional responses to the end. First up, Pope, thank you for already being so pointed in carrying out one of the tenets of the Chronicle that, I'm going to give it a small spoiler. Simon told us that if we just abandoned the city, technically that would be a violation of Chronicle tenets.
Mm-hmm.
Already managed to leave the city and not violate the Chronicle tenets.
No, because he brought the community with him.
He brought the community with him, and he's looked after the weakest members of the community. And that was, I know, not necessarily intentional, but pinnacle moment in that is just what Artie is and who he was. And even his angriest moment at everybody involved, he's like, okay, these fuck ups did not cause me to be angry, and they are not the problem, and they obviously cannot handle themselves, so they are coming with me because they need to be watched. That was perfect level of Samish and just Artie as a character in the best kind of way. And I loved that. I also loved the conversation on the bridge with the commissioner. And I have to give Artie credit. He did not just decide, what the fuck you're trying to do? Let me eat you, commissioner. And said, okay, this is a possibility for me to actually get what I want, which is Constantinople. Eventually. After a while. Maybe. I was like,
Istanbul?
oh.
Istanbul?
No, it's Constantinople.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry.
I know, it was a long time ago, but it's constant. And then Dixon. I loved watching all of the revelations about the creepy voice in his head that has been there for a while. But I also was like, oh, this is going to be very interesting because Dixon really does, and that's the thing that's really struck me as intentionally interesting. Dixon always wanted to be the royal bodyguard, right hand, follow a strong leader and have that connection. But at the same time, he was created by a character that we've established as a member of a liberation group that goes out of their way to help people out of autocracies and move them away. And you're like, this is a very interesting core tension that I thought worked very well to get Dixon the resolution that he kind of wanted. Also, props for that massive reach out for that fortitude so you can have that extra HP at the end. That was clutch. That was just straight up clutch. That was, I loved every minute of that. And Simon, thank you for all of the wonderful NPCs. Locke is officially best boy. He's been adopted by the Liberation Coterie, and you will not be getting him back. He belongs to us now. Sorry. He's now going to have lots of hats and scarves, and we're going to introduce him to silk weaving as we travel east, and various tunics that we can definitely get fitted to him around the wings. It's fine. I have a whole plan. He's going to have a brand new outfit and wardrobe.
Kaftas. Lots of kaftas.
Kaftas, lots of long over button tunic and everything. Oh, and we're going to introduce him to the joy of hot springs. But yeah, and fuck Simone. That's my general answer. She wants to complain about, nobody wants to do any shit. It's like, oh, who of us is sitting up here on the top of a building, attempting to shoot Val? We'll give Dixon the credit, but you ain't up here. You ain't done shit, and we saved your goddamn life, bitch. Screw you. That's my final point on Simone. Yuma's cool, though. I want to know more about Yuma, but I'll wait until next week to ask you all about that.
Mm-hmm. And
that's me. And I can't wait. Trooper.
Hey everybody, I'm Trooper SJP. Woo! So backwards. I just downloaded The Hunters Hunted from 1992, which is where Bardo is detailed. So I have it now, in case I need it. Although I suppose it's the last session, probably not, but I have it. Anyway, it's interesting, right, to see how each of the characters does their thing and how they moved through. There is, again, biggest kill count the entire Chronicle. That's Flory. He's killed, I think, everyone except for maybe one person. I think, I think all of the people who've died on screen
All the
in this game except for maybe one.
kindred. All of the kindred.
Yeah,
Yes,
Because
yes,
you've
Floor-
killed
all
a
the
bunch
kindred.
of you've killed a few kind on screen.
yeah, but the kindred kill count belongs to Flory.
Which I find
Absolutely.
hilarious.
Well, you're the assassin. Like, I mean, that's, you know what I mean? Like, if you
5
didn't,
feet of fury.
yeah. I actually think I've only killed like 2 or 3 mortals, but that was my beast. Don't worry about it. Yeah, 3, like I think.
No, because you had that whole week of aggravated damage when you were at 3 humanity, that you just kept killing people to heal the aggravated damage.
No, I only killed 2 people in that space, but you don't have to kill people to get stains. I think I killed 3 total, but they're kind, so who cares? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Anyway, but I just want to say I thought that Flory's one being the badass assassin that she is, note it, but also just her strategic movements, right? The sort of the commitment to being the courier of information from here to there, right? A different kind of circulatory system, let's say, a circulatory system of people to freedom rather than to bondage, and amazing. Like, and just to see the way that in the end, in some ways, it's kind of funny because it feels like Montreal was like just a step through her larger journey, moving things from here to there to here to there. Chaos in her wake, but always intentional and structured. And then Artie is, I want to know if he's okay, right? In the sense that this was, in some ways, this collapse, right? Of this space of his. And then he's at his lowest and at his sort of most vulnerable. This human comes and is like, tell me all the secrets of the kindred. I'm sure that won't go badly. And he's like, yes, let me give them all to you. I will give you all of the secrets. And who knows what will happen, right? And in some ways, I could imagine the ways in which the Inquisition comes and starts destroying kindred after the information they get from Artie through the commissioner, because the commissioner gave all that information to them. I can imagine that in the future there's going to be such a massacre of kindred from the information that they got. Like, this is a treasure trove of information, and it'll be really fascinating to see who Artie becomes. Like, will Artie become this interesting, like, informant, you know what I mean, for the Inquisition, who brings about the destruction of almost all the kindred on the planet? Will that be his legacy? Not a place where kindred can be free, but actually a place where they're almost all dead. That would be fascinating. I don't know what's going to happen, but like, such a fascinating figure, right? To see how he like just moves with the things that happen to him and the ways in which he finds, like, what can I do? I can do this, right? It's fascinating, really amazing, and I loved seeing him in his complicated nature. That was pretty amazing. And then of course Simon, when Simon told me somewhere in season 5 that I was dead, I was like, okay, all right then. And I appreciated, he was like, yeah, you're dead, don't worry about it. And I was like, okay. And he's like, and also, you don't know it. I was like, all right, I got it. And that was pretty cool. And just the way in which Simon was able to keep all of these different things together, many of which I didn't know, but some of which Prax knew, but I didn't. Some of which Pope knew, but I didn't. Some, like, we all had these different bits of information that we'd gotten, and the ways in which he was able to keep such a complicated web of things. Like, because you can be like, oh, right, Caleb doesn't know that, and then also Stephanie doesn't know that. Oh, and Hilkers doesn't know that. And you could see the ways in which all of these NPCs have their own sets of knowledge, and they all act upon the knowledge they had, not the knowledge they didn't have. And it was, and these are all really competent NPCs who really know their stuff, but they're just not omniscient, right? And it was brilliantly done, and just a wonderful thing to be able to interact with. Yeah, it was great. And you can find me on my channel. What day is today? Monday? Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel will be episode 2, session 2 of Downstairs at the Abbey, Writing Between the Lines, where we're going to make character creation. They're going to create all of their downstairs characters, which means if you haven't seen the last week, come in. Good time to join for that bunch of disasterness, which will be great. And then the season finale of the Gamblers, my Traveler Pirates of Dryness campaign, is going to be up on Friday at 7 p.m. on my channel. Saturday at 8 p.m. on Stella Luna's channel will be our two-shot this coming Saturday and the Saturday after for Our Brilliant Ruin, where I'm playing someone you'll just have to see. But I am wearing a straw boater at times. Don't worry about it. And my banjo uke is involved. And then you can see me on this also on Mondays at 2 p.m. Eastern over on the Wandering Inn on YouTube live. I'm in a 4 or 6 shot called Overgrown, which is using Root, and it's a sort of a red wall, very wholesome animals going out into the wild exploring. And so that's where you can find me. And thank you, Simon, for inviting me to Montreal by night. And I feel like I know your city just a little bit better now than I did before. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the three of you for being here every week for the past technically 21 months. Yeah, when I set out to write this campaign, to work on it, and then to invite people, I knew that I wanted the three of you for your extensive knowledge of the lore and of knowing, what the World of Darkness is all about, and that we could have, I guess, what I would consider a mature game of vampire. Not necessarily edgy, but it deals with a lot of stuff. I am so tired that I'm gonna keep most of my spiel for next time. However, I will tell you that thank you, chat, for being here. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the hype train at the beginning. And also thank you to whoever found familiar coffee during the game. I got pinged by an email. I don't get anything for those, but congrats. Glad that the link helped. And after next Monday, I'll probably take a break from streaming. I might do some solo streams, I'll see, but I would like to invite everyone to come back on Saturday, June 29th. I'm going to try something I haven't tried yet. We're in 1955, in a place called the Grand Hotel. There's 7 players, and it's going to be a murder mystery party, the results of which will affect the starting state of the next campaign, which will be announced at the end of the murder party.
Simon, you're gonna do maybe you'll do some Ironsworn Starforged, maybe some solo RPG Ironsworn Starforged. Maybe?
Yeah, I could, right? Except my entire shit got erased, so I have to start over.
But you can start over on stream, and everyone can see it.
Yes, I can. Yes, but I did like my space trucker that got his teeth kicked in the first session.
Nice. Nice.
Actually, first roll, just fuck my character. But yeah, I'll think about that. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Have a good night, and let's officially watch the intro for the last time.